esteemed delegates, international guests, faculty members, research scholars, and my dear students. On behalf of Girijananda Chaudhary University, it is my proud privilege to welcome you all to the inaugural session of this international conference. Today marks a significant academic and cultural conference as we gather to deliberate upon the theme, bridging sacred wisdom and scientific vision, re-envisioning knowledge discourses from global perspectives with a special focus on Indian knowledge systems, a tradition that harmoniously integrates philosophy, science, ethics, and lived experiences.
This conference brings together scholars, scientists, and practitioners from diverse disciplines to explore the dynamic interplay between ancient wisdom, traditions, and modern scientific inquiry. Organized by Girijananda Chaudhary University Assam in collaboration with leading institutions from Russia and other countries, it offers a global platform to reflect on how Vedic sciences, Ayurveda, yoga, philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, governance, and related knowledge systems can form contemporary challenges in sustainability, health, technology, and ethics. By fostering intercultural dialogue and highlighting the modern relevance of indigenous knowledge, this conference aspires to reaffirm knowledge as a living continuum, guiding humanity towards ecological balance, moral harmony, and holistic well-being.
To commence this auspicious occasion, we shall begin with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp, symbolizing the illumination of knowledge, wisdom, and truth. May I kindly request our honored dignitaries to please proceed into the dais for lighting of the lamp.
ব্যাকগ্রাউন্ড থাকুন হলে গান বজাই দিলে মানে হেৰি কৰিব নোৱাৰি এই ব্যাকগ্ৰাউণ্ডটো চেঞ্জ হৈ যাব তোমালোক অকণমান চাইড হৈছো কেমেৰা স্ক্ৰীন হ'ব অকণমান চাই লওঁ
Thank you. May I now request everyone to please rise for the anthem of the Russian Federation, National Youth of India, and the University anthem.
Thank you. Thank you all. You may now speak your seats. I will now take the privilege to invite the President of the SSA Society, Sri Chatura Ranjan Das, to deliver the welcome address.
Dunia মাৰিব নালাগে কোনোবা এটা আমাৰ এটা কেমেৰাটো তাপ দিয়ে কেমেৰাটো আপুনি নকলে
Good morning, one and all present. Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Guest Governor, Honorable Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, respected Registrar, Dean, Controller of Examination, faculty members, esteemed international guests, distinguished dignitaries, eminent scholars from India and abroad, respected delegates and dear participants. On behalf of Srimanta Football Academy Society, it's my proud privilege to welcome you all to the International Conference on Bridging Sacred Wisdom and Scientific Research, organized by International University in collaboration with the Center for South Asian Studies, Russian State University for the Humanities, Moscow, the Institute of Oriental Studies of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Moscow, the Primakov Institute of World Economy and International Relations of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Moscow, and Medi State University, Russia. In a world driven by rapid technological advancement, we often forget that knowledge is not fragmented. It is a living continuum. India's civilization wisdom has always been science, spirituality, ethics, and society as interconnected domains. The Indian knowledge system reminds us that progress without values is incomplete and innovation without conscience is unsustainable. This conference is therefore timely and deeply related by many scholars from India and across the globe to reaffirm our collective responsibility to re-envision knowledge discourses, scientific inquiry for the betterment of humanity and the planet. I commend the research and development cell, the organizing committee, and for esteemed international collaboration for creating this meaningful platform for dialogue, reflection, and collaboration. I am confident that the deliberation over these 2 days will inspire new perspective, research, pathways, and enduring global partnership. On behalf of the SSS Society, I extend my best wishes for the grand success of the conference and a truly enriching academic experience for all the participants. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for the welcome address. Now I would like to request our Honorable Chancellor, Professor Joyinta Rekha, to please deliver his address.
Start. Good morning to one and all present here. Our esteemed Chair, Professor Amanandam Madas, Pro Vice Chancellor, Technical University. Of course, he is associated with us for a long time, since he was a member. He is a member of the governing body at this university. Now, he is the first visit after he took over the charge of the Pro Vice Chancellor of Technical University. Our guest of honor, Madam Ekaterina Bayarina, the Vice Consul General of Russian government in Kolkata. Our President, General Sir, our guest, Professor Alexander Stolayo, is also very much known to us, every one of us. Yes, very frequently or several times we have been to University, many occasions. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Borkapati, our renowned author and an expert in Sanskrit studies, and of course, every facility person knows him and is known by his publications, books, Vikumam, Dr. Siddharth Shankar, also he is known to us, he has visited this university earlier occasions also. Then we have with us Dr. Andre Konko, from researcher from Sirius University of Science and Technology, and we have with us Dr. Aditya
अपने आप से काम करेगा
faculty reference institute for places that is very university and minister of this university, faculty members, deans, heads of the department, all the dignitaries or participant research scholars from various institutions, students and other participants of this international conference. So when I actually went through the title of this particular conference, international conference, I found it was very long title. Bridging scientific wisdom and scientific vision, re-examining knowledge discourses from global perspective with emphasis on the Indian knowledge system. So, from this particular title, I could take out or pinpoint certain keywords. The first one is the wisdom, second is the vision, third is the knowledge discourses, and finally the Indian knowledge system. So this Indian knowledge system has become so much a buzzing word since the National Education Policy 2020 has been implemented and put in place and already implemented in all the education institutions, right from school to the highest level of education institution like universities and other institutions. So when we speak about the wisdom, so wisdom, of course, an adjective has been put here, sacred wisdom. So wisdom is actually the ability to apply knowledge, the experience and the judgment, how we can apply our knowledge, how we can use our experience. So that is given by the wisdom. So when wisdom can become sacred, in my opinion, the wisdom is sacred when it is pure, when it is genuine. When wisdom is pure and genuine, then it becomes sacred wisdom. I don't think it has to do anything with the environment. So, divinity actually is also intended to make someone very pure or genuine. Then a vision. So, another adjective has been put here, scientific vision. So, vision is actually the imagination. Imagination, how other develop ideas, how we can shape our future, how we can think about the future. So, ideas will lead to the vision. So, the bridging, the gap between the wisdom and the vision will result in the success. So, the wisdom actually is the guiding force of achieving the vision. So, vision is not a short-term word. So, maybe after 30 years or 50 years or maybe 100 years, what will be the future? So, the vision is showing to that point of time and how we can go to that or reach that particular point will be led by the wisdom of ourselves. So knowledge discourse is how we can knowledge discourse of course from the global perspective. Knowledge discourse is the communication system or the language. How we can shape our the knowledge or the issues that are important from the global point of view or present time or modern time. So how we can shape them. So with emphasis on the Indian knowledge system. The Indian civilization as we know is very old civilization, maybe 5,000 years old civilization can be termed even older than many of the other world civilizations. So the education in Indian knowledge system, has a strong foundation. So when In rest of the world, when the other parts of the world never thought of any university or highest institution of learning, then India shaped many universities. Some 7 universities existed, maybe 5,500 or 700 years before the India. So, these universities, out of these universities, 2 of the universities are still very much strongly remembered, Takshashila and Nalanda. Why these universities are known so much? For various studies, not only mathematics, not only science, and also politics, governance, medicine, whatnot. Even the art of warfare, medical science, everything was taught in these institutions or universities. Our education started, say, right from home. In the temple, education was important in temple, maybe in the courts or the gurukuls, like Buddhist viharas. So various infrastructures or institutions were there, institutions of learning were there in India. So finally, the students went to the universities. So many of the luminaries, many of the known intellectuals or scholars taught in these universities. We can name some of the very famous, still remembered scholars like Panini of Indian grammar, Sanskrit grammar. Panini was teaching in Takshashila University. Then Jivaka, the scholar from medical science, he taught in Takshashila University. Then we all know about Chanakya. He was also a faculty member of the Takshashila because he studied there and he became a scholar or a teacher in Takshashila University. And he is known for the governance and the economics. Still we follow Kautilya's Arthashastra. We find interest, and these are the principles of the philosophies put in that book are still very relevant for administration of the government. Then in Nalanda, we all know that the highest authority of yoga, Shilabhadra, he was the head of or the chancellor of that university. So this Indian knowledge system is so much, old and well developed, and if we can connect our present education or the present learning to this particular knowledge that were developed in these old institutions of highest learning like Takshashila, like Nalanda or Vikramshila, all these universities or the other institutions, definitely we will be developing in our effort to make our country a great one. So all these educational institutions in India, right from your, as I named, Gurukul or Dole or Vihara or the university, the main aim was to give holistic education. Holistic education means not only the learning inside the classroom, but connect the students with the outside world to develop a human, proper exact human being, to engage them with the society, engage them with the problems of the community. So, the physical, intellectual, spiritual, as well as artistic aspects of life were taught to the students in all the Indian education and learning institutions. And now we are coming back again to the national education policy to bring back this Indian knowledge system into the real practice so that our students not only just become the machines of learning or the machine of knowledge, but they should have all these qualities of life they should learn and they should become the real human being. So with this word, I feel that this topic has become very relevant or is very relevant to the modern learning effort or the NP 2020. So I wish very good deliberation will happen in this today's conference, today and tomorrow, and we'll be getting very good knowledge discourses in this deliberation, and we will be very successful in organizing this event. In this word, I welcome everyone for coming over here, and all the guests I welcome again, and I hope active participation will be there and will be very much help. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to request the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Gita Nanda University, Professor Conrad Babas, please address the gathering.
Good morning, all of you. Honorable President of the Students of Academic Society, Honorable Chancellor, the Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Ramananda Kumar Das, guest of honor is Kitagan Kirina, our keynote address, deliverer Professor Alexander Staviro, scholar from Sirius University, Sochi, Andrei Kankov, Dr. Sanjeev Borkapoti, renowned author and subject scholar. Dr. Aditya Kiran Kapurji, a scholar, fellow from Leiden University, Holland. Dr. Siddharth Shankar, the former Assistant Chancellor of Indira Gandhi Technological and Medical University. Registrar, Dean Academic, the officers of the university, deans, esteemed guests, our special guest Devan Bhai, who has been a alumni of Russian Federation, that I'm Soviet Union, he is a special guest. The participants, research scholars, and my dear students. It's a great privilege for me to stand here in the inauguration of the International Conference, which has been organized by the university for the third time. We organized our first International Conference in 2023 with the collaboration of Russian State University of Humanities and Institute of Oriental Studies, Russia. And after that, we have established number of collaboration with various universities in Russia, Southeast Asia, South Africa, Iraq. And last year, we have organized another conference in collaboration of many such universities. I just would like to speak very briefly about what our university endeavors to do through these conferences. From the inception in 2022, this university has been endeavoring to achieve the multidisciplinarity and expose our students and scholars to studies not only within India but also across the globe, the various trends and styles, and also the scholastic endeavors of various universities. And with that effort, we try to contact the universities in Europe and also in Asia and also in Africa to have more collaboration and collaborative studies in various aspects. I'm glad to inform you that we have been successfully collaborating with few universities. One of the aspects we have succeeded in exchange of students and faculty members to these universities. Our students have participated in Youth Festival organized by Russia consecutively for 2 years. Students have participated in summer school in Russia. Our students have participated in workshop organized by Help University Malaysia, Thammasat University in Thailand. And also our faculty members have visited for collaboration, research and development in Murray State University in Yokohama, Russia, which is a university towards, I think you know, the city called Kazan in Russia. So, like this, it is our endeavor to have collaboration and cooperation in various aspects of research and development, and also in pedagogy. And these conferences actually intends to gather the scholars from various universities, not only from Assam and India, but also from various parts of the globe. The most beautiful part of these conferences during the last 3 years that we have been organizing this conference in hybrid mode. I think that has become the order of the day after COVID-19 2022, 2020. When the COVID started, till then nobody believed that we can have conferences in hybrid mode or online mode. But that has given the opportunity and showed us how to organize conferences using technology. And since the last 3 years, all these conferences we have been organizing, we have been mobilizing scholars. Those who could afford to come, they physically present here, and those who could not, they have representative and they have present online, through online in these conferences. And today also these conferences after the integration in the plenary, I think more than 50% of the scholars will be participating online. We will have participants from Chennai, we will have participants from Bangalore, we will have participants from Russia, we will have participants from South Carolina, we will have participants from other parts of the globe. So that's beauty. But I'm also happy that our collaborator, our friends from Russia, especially Alex Nasario, who has been taking the trouble of coming every year to Assam. Normally, as a Oriental scholar, as an Indologist, he has been visiting India. He has a great interest in study of the Northeast now, and he has been visiting almost all the states of the Northeast. And this time he will be visiting probably Mizoram. This is one endeavor. And so they are taking the trouble of coming all the way from Russia to attend this conference. I'm also thankful to Aditya, who has taken the trouble to come as a specialty. He has been from Assam, but he is in Europe for the last so many years. He is one of the renowned scholar. We are very glad to welcome him. And I'm also thankful that Madam Turina, who has been in the Russian consulate, who is an expert in Hindi and Bengali. So she is in Kolkata for last week before that she was in Bangladesh. So I'm very glad that she has accepted the invitation to attend this conference and be guest of honor. So overall, this is what our university wants to achieve actually. It has to be university in the sense. It's not a school, it's not a college, it's a university. And we have to have a universal approach to represent a global understanding and global perspective. And then precisely when you talk about the Indian knowledge system, we not only talk about the pan-Indian knowledge system, but we also will be talking about the indigenous, the folk tradition, folk knowledge, which is not just India, especially Assam is very rich about. I have been discussing with Ekijin of the last evening, since the last evening, that Northeast is a very hot spot of the anthropologists and for the linguistics. We have more than 100 languages and dialects. We have more than 100 communities and tribes. So with this, we have a large bucket of wisdom, traditional wisdom. And those wisdoms and traditional knowledge actually needs to become a part of the Indian knowledge system. Indian knowledge system is not simply the text and the knowledge from the north. It's also the indigenous knowledge which actually making the our communities enriched with their traditional knowledge. That also should become a part of the Indian knowledge system. Our School of Pharmaceutical Science is already doing a lot of research in this direction in plant medicines. They are also doing our edible insects research on artificial insects at the Department of Geology and Botany. And also we would like to extend further to the School of Humanities, who will be doing research in more of anthropology and linguistics in those aspects, highlighting the rich tradition and the knowledge system of the Northeast Asia. So I hope this conference will provide a platform to all of us to deliver these issues, and I'm glad that we have number of participants from various colleges and universities in Assam, some physically, some online, and we have almost having more than 50 poster presentations by our young scholars. That's a very exciting phase of our conference, exciting. So I believe we'll all enjoy the deliberation. I wish you all success for the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for inviting us. Now we have come to the felicitation round. Felicitation.
We have the distinct privilege of being joined by Professor Amarendra Kumar Das, the Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of Testu University, as today's chief guest. Professor Amarendra Kumar Das is the Pro VC of Testu University and a distinguished academician, strong background in research, teaching, and academic leadership. His research contributions span design theory, product and systems design, rapid prototyping, and user-centric and socially relevant design solutions, with publications in reputed journals and conferences, and a very high citation count. Prior to joining Testu University, Professor Das has served as a senior faculty member at many institutions where he has actively been involved in research supervision, sponsored projects, and interdisciplinary collaboration. Professor Das is widely recognized for his commitment to research excellence, mentorship of young scholars, and strengthening of institutional research ecosystems. I would now like to request Dr. Anisha Poitler to please felicitate Professor Amarendra Kumar Das. Thank you, madam.
We also have the distinct privilege of being joined by Ms. Ekaterina Churina, Vice Consul, Consulate General of the Russian Federation, as the guest of honor. Ms. Ekaterina Churina is the Vice Consul, Consulate General of the Russian Federation in Kolkata. A career diplomat focused on South Asia, she has been active in promoting Indo-Russian relations through educational and cultural initiatives. She has also taken part in heritage commemorations honoring Russian theatre pioneer Gerasim Levin in Kolkata and policy forums, for instance representing Russian at Kolkata Chamber of Commerce session on Indo-Pacific economic issues. In addition to her diplomatic work, Ms. Turina has co-authored scholarly contributions on Indian-related topics, notably a 2023 paper on Western feminism, impact on the women's movement in India, underscoring her academic engagement with South Asian cultural and social affairs. I request Professor Damiki Lalo to please felicitate Ms. Ekaterina Churina.
Very good. Sobo next post figure probably gain value, time. Oh, এটা ঠিকই আছে। ওই আগে দিছে। পিঠি রেখা কোনে দিয়ে
We also have the distinct privilege of being joined with Mrs. Alexander A. Stodorov, the Institute of Oriental Studies of the Russian Academy of Sciences and serving director of the International Scientific Center for South Asian Studies at the Russian State University for the Humanities, as the keynote speaker for today's event. Professor Stodorov is a senior researcher and historian specializing in South Asian studies and early medieval Indian history. Affiliated with the Institute of Oriental Studies of the Russian Academy of Sciences and is currently serving as the director of the International Scientific Center for South Asian Studies at the Russian State University for the Humanities. He holds a PhD in history and has developed recognized expertise in Indian epigraphy, source studies, and the socio-political history of regions such as Bengal and North India, contributing to foundational research and other pieces in this field. Professor Stodorov has organized and participated in major international scholarly initiatives on South Asian history, including conferences which address understudied sources and methodologies, and has been actively involved in academic collaborations that bridge Russian and South Asian historical research communities. I request Dr. Nirmala Devi please felicitate Professor Alexander Stodorov.
It's now our privilege to invite our chief guest, Professor Amulendra Kumar Das, to deliver his address. Please welcome sir with a big round of applause.
Oh, mic to record, mic to record. Mic to record, honest.
Good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. As already has mentioned, I just took charge a few weeks back. And then I sent out a school university, which I never wanted to. Don't tell actually why. Because I had spent 8 years setting up an institute of Indian Institute of Information Technology. I did enjoy that, but it did hamper what I like. I like to do design and I like to teach. So that was one experience that I thought that I'll continue teaching and doing my research. Few very important products like bulletproof bunkers, indigenous electric tricycle fixtures. I have been known as earlier for Dibahan and our electric rickshaws, although it was not in so nice shape because these people who were manufacturing it did not follow Lotto what we wanted, still get competitions to the scientists to do. And now we have to give that challenges and competitions not only in Guwahati, in other parts of the district. So these are remarkably very big projects to contribute to the society. But then I become the firefighter, one of the best universities in the country was in turmoil, and it was a moral responsibility that given on me, I cannot say or could not say no. And after that, we are trying to stabilize it. It appears to be stabilized. Yesterday, we have celebrated 33rd Foundation Day of the University with overwhelming participation, with a full auditorium and people sitting outside, standing outside. People remarkably say that normalcy is back. But this was the first invitation outside the university I accepted. So I decided to come, not to get busy with that work again, which is going to be for a time. I am not addressing every dignitaries and participants or contributors by name. I know we are running behind the schedule. I know some of the people I got to know, and I know Aditya may not know me. I think he knows my daughter Varsa already, right? I know his father, I know his mother. So he will know me now, but that's not so much of significance, but it's important. That means I'm still in touch with our youngsters. Now, coming back to our topic of the conference, Chancellor has made my life very easy because he has talked about it. But why we are talking about IPS systems now? How it has become important? Why? What is the problem and how it is important for the global? Some people say this present government, they want to take benefits of promoting this and that and in the name of Indian knowledge systems, all these things. It's not so. Some people say how it is relevant. You call it Indian knowledge systems and you want to make it. Just push it to global relevance. Why? It is not India, it is not Russia, it is not America, it is the globe that facing the problem of sustainability. If we don't take, and if we take compartmentalized solutions, we cannot solve the problems of sustainability. So, if we wanted to take the global aspects of sustainability, we have our model of Indian knowledge system, which is holistic, which has already done, but the colonialism that has followed has reduced that. So, our past has been very good. Just think about Panchabhuta. When we talk about Panchabhuta, art, fire, air, water, any of these things get polluted, you don't have sustainability. So all these things are part of the Indian knowledge systems. We have to address them and we have it. It's not that we did not have solutions. We had very good solutions. India was already a populous country. Famine comes when colonialism comes, not before. So we are to give inspiration for our present generations, we have to think differently. We are talking about economic sustainability, that is a small part. Talk about financial sustainability, that is another small part. What we are doing, America or any advanced country will produce pollution and will do the carbon trading. But globally, pollution doesn't get reduced. So, this type of pushing the pollutions or paying the poorer countries financially or economically doesn't solve our problem. So we have to go back to Indian systems, what they used to place. Social sustainability is very important. Today, if you are fighting a war, it's mostly social. We divide people in terms of nations, we divide terms of people in community, we divide people in terms of language. What is language? Language is means of communication, but then we try to divide on that aspects. So, if you see into that aspects, India had those things. So we must see how people have actually stayed peaceful, how they make a bigger countries, where fighting was not there. If we talk about Ashoka, Ashoka has realized the futility of fighting a war and he has promoted Buddhism. Buddhism tells us about non-violence. Small progress, Buddhism also led to all this development in China and neighboring countries and communism comes on this thing. So we are the leaders of those things, how to live in harmony. So then we get social sustainable, then we get cultural sustainable. Cultural is the identity, all should survive. So now it has become very important. Now people argue that why you are trying to teach Veda. Veda is not a religious scripture. These are not religious books. Talk about the Ayurveda. Ayurveda is all about way of treating people. Vedas talks about how people should live, right? If you say the four stages of life, small child, young child, family man, elderly man, it is well defined how people should live, right? So if you say that how people should live, that is the way to live, and if you follow this thing, society will be harmonious. Now you see people who cannot walk want to lead the country just because they are politicians, just because they are happy. But it is told in Vedas, different ways, that if you attain this life, you should go to Vanvas, right? You go and live this one, family life and all these things, do other things. So, if we follow this, that can be good. It cannot be always possible, but that is what we should. That means say, give up your possessions. Don't be any more greedy and live a life which is beneficial to the others. So, if we go into it, it's all right. Homeopathy, German has done it. But today, if you actually see, homeopathy is all about formulations coming from the plants. They extract and give you. And in Ayurvedic, they still believe on our practices giving the fresh things. So that means it has originated. We have the same type of systems and we are practicing. So every area you go, if you talk about astronomy, everybody knows Jantar Mantra, Aryabhatta and all these things. If you talk about medical science, you know Sushruta. You talk about mathematics, many other things are there, but we have given the zero, right? When we don't stand, we have ability, but now we have to think. Other thing is imaginations. If you go into the Mahabharata and all these things, Nepal bomb came, that you release that bomb, everything will be fire. Read the Mahabharata, it looks like stories. They had that imaginations, or where does imaginations come from? That you release the arrow, it will fire up everything. Another part, you release another arrow, it will bounce, right? So all these things were whether imagination or not, even if imagination to think into that system is very important. So today, being a global leader in terms of monetary things doesn't matter much because it will make India rich. All Indians will not be rich, but it will create lots of undue competitions that you are facing today. People trying to punish India, right? So those things will have to avoid. If we avoid those things, then we'll have to go holistically. Yoga has become very popular all over the world now. It's a health system. Protection is better than cure. Yoga only talks it.
So we have the knowledge, we have to put it, but ultimately all these things has to lead to sustainable society, sustainable world, and we are all here to understand that. Once you understand that it is sustainability that we are looking forward, all these things fit nicely. If we try to solve it part by part, we are not going to work. And I'm happy to see that young people are coming forward today, and we need to be proactive. We're talking about they wanted to promote Russian language. Yes, but why? It is not that they wanted to come and put Russian somewhere else, but our people learning Russian language will help us to work with them. It will help them to send some technical people, all these things who may not know Indian languages. I know I had a beautiful experience, Kanti Mansi. Way back, I was invited and collaborated with Russian institutions. I went to Kanti Mansi. I can see the churches of attitudes.
Yes, sir.
My Russian friends are there.
Yes, sir.
I give lectures in English. So immediately it was translated to Russian. Whoever is Russians are putting it on this one, and many people are putting into English language. Whoever there. In between, I could find out some puzzles. Some old Russian people were telling these people why that young people why were giving trying to speak in English. They seem to speak Russian. So these young industrialists, entrepreneurs, they're telling, we have people from all over the country, world. They understand English. But it is not that I try to make them happy by speaking in English, and even they are hearing this English person. But I want to say that I also have learned your language. And I wanted to see whether I'm doing all right. So I was just looking at it. I said, it's fine. I'm sorry that I came to your place without knowing your language. Right? So, that feelings is there. But my thing is, every Russian expert people may not come here knowing English or Hindi. If I want to have their knowledge, utilize their knowledge with the common people, it helps us also to learn Russian. And if you want to go to Russia to learn something, it's always important that you can meet with common people who may not be knowing Russian. Like Kanti Mansi, except my interpreters, not many people knew Russian. And those English. And those people who knew English, young entrepreneurs and all these things, they were not always from the institution, place. So, if we want to have global peace, if we want to have global peace can actually protect us again, because when it comes to climate change, it doesn't come to India's borders alone. It goes all over. So our thing is that we have to work properly and we have the knowledge base. We have to be proud of that, but being proud doesn't help. We have to grow behind it. We have to go much more than what it is there. You cannot live with the past. You have to come to the come. And for that, it is important that we understand our Indian knowledge systems very well. It is always saying, talking in your own language doesn't put you down, but talking in somebody's language only elevates you because you are able to communicate more. Similarly, knowledge is everywhere. So that knowledge we should take, and good part of our knowledge, we should not take it as a tradition or something we have to establish this one. Last month, I had a very bad cut on my fingers. As you know, I only work with my hand. I was operating and trying to see a machine. Technician said, that sir, there's a problem with this machine is vibrating. I said, let me see. When I was seeing it, that was our production house for our farm product. And there is a freezer, there when my wife did not notice that we are working on it, she stuck in the freezer. But actually the plug of the freezer was already taken out and this message changed that my finger went through that went and it was a serious wisdom. Immediately I learned I had 3 stitches, 4 stitches of this thing cut. In 1 week, next 1 week, I went to visit my farm again. I saw one person got a big cut on his hand, on the finger, because he was cutting and bamboo. I said, oh, now we have to take him to the hospital. He said, no, no, sir, it's fine, no problem. He took out that green part of the bamboo in a powdery form and applied. I said, what you are doing? He said, sir, tomorrow it will be operated. That's all. Then he also said, I said, every time you will not have bamboo. Then they said, go for people tree. For people tree, I am not taking everything, there is a scientific reason. You break a part of it, white liquid will come out. If you apply that also helps. He said, fine. There was a carpenter. He was telling, sir, don't worry, if you have a cobweb, we clean cobweb, right? If you have cobweb, you can apply it, it also helps you. This is knowledge. Now, if you are working in pharmaceuticals on all these things, this knowledge will take it because now we need in a tubular forms or something to apply. We may have, instead of having Band-Aid, we may have something mixed with that and put it. That is the approach to take Indian knowledge to user form. With this, my address, I thank you for being patient and listening to it. And as you know, I am always available. Somebody want to contact me later on also, it will be fine to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now take the honor of inviting guest of honor, Mr. Katerina Stivina, to press the gap.
Society Joseph Dagaradas, Honorable Chancellor Professor Jain Deka, Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Dagaradas, esteemed guests, distinguished faculty members, respected delegates and scholars from across India and the globe, dear students, and all faculty. On behalf of the Council General of the Russian Federation Conference, it is my profound honor and pleasure to extend the most warm welcome to each of you at this inaugural session. Unfortunately, I don't think I can reach a photo. Professor has mentioned, but I think Hindi and Bengali only, but I'll try to do my best, and please forgive my pronunciation. We gathered today at Girijanda Chaudhuri University, a renowned center of Indian learning, to pursue a dialogue for 60 years. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the university leadership, Dr. Dasan Particular, for his gracious hospitality and visionary initiative in convening this global resource. It is my first time here at this university, and I already like it so much here. And it is truly heartwarming to be in a place where my country is treated with such love and care. Thank you so much for that. Today we celebrate not only the exchange of ideas, but also the deep historical bridges that connect our cultures. It is also a pleasure to see so many Russian scholars at the this esteemed conference here in Tbilisi. This conference theme resonates powerfully with the long-standing intellectual kinship between Russia and Asia. Our nations have never viewed wisdom and science, intuition and reason as antagonistic forces. Instead, our traditions have historically sought synthesis. Russian scientific thought, from the holistic visions of Mikhail Lomonosov to the no-sphere theory of Martin Vernadsky, has often sought to integrate the material with the metaphysical, understanding humanity as a conscious part of the living cosmos. Today, this continues as we develop sovereign artificial intelligence, guided by the principle that technology must be anchored in our own cultural and value sovereignty. Indian knowledge systems, with their unparalleled depth in metaphysics, medicine, astronomy, in ecology, present a millennia-old framework where the sacred and the empirical are interwoven.
This provides a vital corrective to fragmented modern thought. Thus, our dialogue here is not merely academic, it is a meeting of compatible philosophical worlds. It aligns perfectly with our shared responsibility as major powers to contribute to global peace and stability based on principles of mutual respect and indivisible security. The theoretical harmony we discuss is fortified by a living, dynamic edifice of Russia-India educational and scientific cooperation. This partnership is strategic priority actively expanded at the highest levels of our government. In the spirit of connection, I wish to pay special tribute to a remarkable tradition, the Russian School of Indology. For over 2 centuries, Russian scholars have devoted their lives to studying the languages, philosophies, and cultures of India. They have been pioneers building a unique bridge of knowledge between our nations. We begin with the representative, which was already mentioned today, and the father of Russian Indology. In the late 18th century, he immersed himself in India, learning Hindi, Sanskrit, and Bengali. He founded the first European-style theatre in Calcutta in 1995, compiled the Bengali dictionary, and established a printing house in St. Petersburg with Devanagari and Bengali literature. He was a true cultural ambassador, showing that scholarship is also an act of friendship. This legacy was carried forward by a brilliant lineage. Ivan Minayev, the first professional Russian Indologist, led the groundwork for the scientific study of Pali and Buddhism. His student Sergei Oldenburg became a pillar of Russian Oriental studies and co-founded the renowned Bibliothèque of Tibet. Then came Fyodor Shcherbakov, who is credited with laying the foundations in the Western world for the scholarly study of Buddhism and Buddhist philosophy. His work, such as Buddhist logic, remains classic. In the 20th century, scholars like Natalia Gusteva, a Soviet and Russian ethnographer, historian, and Indologist, advanced comparative analysis of the Eurasian mythologies and languages. Alongside these academic giants, we also remember cultural figures like the painter and philosopher Nicholas Roerich, whose art and thought were deeply inspired by India, and who is the only foreigner who is recognized in India as a national treasure, Mani Narada. And these individuals were more than just specialists, they were bridges. They helped India discover aspects of its own past, and they brought the richness of Indian thought to Russian intellectual life. Their work demonstrates that true scholarship transcends borders. It is a dialogue that reaches both sides. So to the young students and scholars here today, you are the heirs to this great tradition. Your research, your curiosity, and your collaborations shape the next chapter of Indian-Russian intellectual exchange. I encourage you to draw inspiration from these pioneers as you build new connections and uncover new knowledge. I wish you all a conference filled with stimulating discussions, fruitful exchanges, and lasting friendships. May this gathering strengthen the bonds of scholarship and culture that unite our nations. May this gathering reaffirm that the Russia-India partnership, anchored in mutual trust and respect for each other's core interests, is indispensable for shaping a more balanced, multipolar, and wisdom-informed world order. This partnership is a living example of bridging sacred wisdom and scientific vision. It combines Russian strengths in applied science and technology with the holistic and sustainable wisdom inherent into Indian knowledge systems, particularly in ecology, medicine, and community practices. So, in conclusion, our collaboration with the universities of Eastern and Northeastern India, Puri University in particular, is building a vibrant regional pillar of the Russia-India strategic partnership. It is through these specific, grounded connections that we truly give life to our shared vision of a multipolar world co-created by our regions and enlightened scholars. We at the Russian Consulate General in Calcutta stand ready to support the fruitful outcomes of this conference and enduring academic bonds to strengthen. So I wish you all insightful deliberations and great success. And if you ever in Calcutta, please know that you are always welcome at the Consulate General and now it's Scientific and Cultural Center, which some of you may know what was done. If you want to learn more about the opportunities to continue studies in Russia. So thank you. Спасибо большое.
Thank you, ma'am. It is our great privilege to invite Professor Alexander Storia to deliver the keynote speech.
Yes, sir. Michael,
Professor Chair, Professor and everybody who is present here, and thank you for opportunity to deliver this address to you. When I was was a great honor for me.
মেমোটা দিতে বলি
So, but to the others, when I was told,
মেমে এত উপরে কোনো মাইক অন
I am given
তাহলে মাইক নাই আপনার শিখে
for this. It was very good for me to talk about the knowledge system in 15 minutes. So I decided to talk about some small part of it, because I'm studying in history, not knowledge, only small part of early medieval history, and not the whole India, only an eastern part of India. But every day when I know something about this field, I understand that I do not know very many more, and that is very difficult for me to speak even for some part of Indian knowledge system. I chose to speak about exact science and about what India gave to the mankind, what Indian knowledge system gave to mankind appropriated India. And my time is scarce. That's why I only designate some points, not everything, because it is impossible, as you understand, to speak about everything. Only several points. So, yes, with decimal system, zero, and modern mathematics and everything. And I begin with solidation. What gives the for us this civilization? We know the measurement system. It's better. You know, and then this standardized system of grades, you see all of them, and later this system was used in contingent Atasastra and in other regions of Indian this is the third Roman example of most caste. This is copper caste. And this is this was 6 years old, protected 4,000 for Christ. And this is the first millennium for Christ, this is bronze, almost like casting. This is water in Gujarat, one and dog you see, and this is where the elaborate technique, engineering work, and very reading knowledge, and it's Yajurveda. Yajurveda is something that I was talking about industrial civilization, and this is in the Aryan civilization that came after this. In the end of the second millennium, and you see that the decimal system already was introduced in this knowledge in the Yajurveda we see. And then Shulpa Sutras, they deal with ritual and how to construct altar for sacrifices. And you see that this altar construction is very, very developed and difficult one. This is you see on the upper image, it is falcon in the outer in the falcon shape. Then the Vedic period, Panini, Ashtadyaya, the Panini was the first, my mind will introduce the notion of zero in grammar, in Indian Sanskrit grammar. And his Ashtadyaya became the basis for the main direction of Indian linguistics. And then it influenced European linguistics and mathematicians, and became the cause of backwards now form used in the programming languages. Now, when I'm talking about classical age, Aryabhata, the first, this is, you see, is the 6th century guys, and you see this big count. He was the first who counted it. And he concluded that it was irrational. And the first settlement Indians was formed after him, after Aryabhata. Then Parahamihira, this is also the 6th century astrologer and astronomer. Measured the earth, the certain spherical form, and he lived in Ujjain, in Madhya Pradesh. The presidents, then Brahma Gupta, or this is 7th century mathematician and astronomer. He gave methods of multiplications. Then Basrawan, also 7th century, mathematician and astronomer, on the Indian Space Research Organization watched the Basrawan satellite, gave information of this mathematician. Then Bhaskara II, it was 500 years after Bhaskara I, also known as Bhaskaracharya. In 1981, the satellite was launched, Bhaskara II, honoring this mathematician. Then Himachandra, this is 12th century, He is called also not only mathematician, known as the father of futuristic language. This is meaning of the CEO in Berkshire manuscript. In the Bodleian Library, University of Oxford, and it was decimal system. It was regarded by this constraint. There is discussion about its dating. But now it is not very early, but the 8th century, 12th century, the Latin problems that the countries are then, but it was understood that this manuscript was a copy of more ancient texts that existed. And that means that this system was born to very ancient ages. Then, of course, just to Duranda, it was known in Gupta and Wari times, but of course it was invented much more third. There are much more painful roots, and it was known in the beaches of Chidorando, Lord Mountain, and Mount where the book was found, and it began its movement to the west in the 6th century, when this play was introduced to Persian Emperor about 507. And the name of the game was Chandra.
in their Middle East learning. I never hear.
Thank you, sir. Now we are going to release the e-book of abstract. And I would request for all of you to please, the releasing session, let's start it with a big round of applause.
And you are the applause for all who have spoken in the
So in the e-book of abstract, we have 7 invited talks, 3 plenary sessions. It contains oral presentations supported by comprehensive IPS themes. Total number of abstracts for oral presentations are 91, along with oral presentation and poster presentations. For poster presentations, we have 50 poster presentations. It will be shortly shared in the group. Thank you.
A warm and heartfelt word of gratitude is extended to everyone who has contributed to this international conference on bridging sacred wisdom and scientific vision. Sincere thanks are due to the chief patrons, advisors, and the leadership of Viziananda Chaudhary University for the vision and constant support in making this event a reality. Grateful acknowledgement is offered to all our distinguished keynote and plenary speakers, session chairs, paper presenters, poster presenters, whose insightful contributions have enriched the deliberations and embodied the spirit of integrating sacred wisdom with scientific inquiry. Appreciation is also extended to our collaborating institutions in India and abroad for joining hands in this global academic movement. Special thanks goes to dedicated members of the organizing committee, volunteers, technical and administrative staff, whose tireless efforts behind the scenes have ensured the smooth conduct of this conference. Finally, heartfelt thanks to all the participants and delegates for their enthusiastic engagement, your presence, and your active involvement have truly made this gathering meaningful and memorable. And last but not the least, if I have failed to mention anyone, a very big thank you to everyone who has worked behind the scenes and has worked overtime to make this conference a reality. Thank you, one and all.
We are now to the end of the inaugural session, and I will request the audience to kindly rise for the state anthem. Thank you all. We sincerely thank all dignitaries, speakers, delegates, and participants for gracing this occasion. The plenary session will begin shortly, and I request everyone to kindly stay seated. However, if you feel the need of a cup of tea, it is available just outside this hall. And thank you all.
মাইকেল আইডিয়া লগাব লাগিব ন প্লেনে কোনখন আছে প্লেনে মানুহ লাগিব নহয়
চাউলটো নালাগে
speaker, Dr. Nishant, will be joining us online. Dr. Nishant is from the Department of English and Cultural Studies, Christ University, Bengaluru. He holds a PhD in Russian literature and is studying service and throughout Asia. His academic interests in Indian artists, post-colonial studies, and our second speaker is Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Boswell. He has an academic background in physics and economics. He is also a prolific author with 65 published books, including novels, academic writings, translations, biographies, and extensive scholarly work on education. I kindly request Dr. Boswell to please come forward to the presentation.
Third session. Give me a couple.
And request the faculty members, please.
Eta paisho.
Have a seat in the dais, sir.
Micro lagi, micro lagi. Memang loud na.
Is Dr. Shahad Shambar, the former Vice Chancellor of Indira Gandhi Technological and Medical Sciences University, Zero Arvind. He holds PhD, LLM, and MBA degrees and has been associated with International University, Nagaland, and Sandeep University. I request sir to please come forward to the dais of the institution. Our final speaker, Professor Nivedita Das Kundu, will be joining us online. She is a foreign policy analyst and professor of international relations at the Uzbekistan State World Language University. She has been associated with several leading international think tanks and universities, and her research interests include foreign policy, geopolitics, and strategic security. This session will be chaired by Dr. Aditya Kiran Kakaki, who is an affiliate researcher at Leiden University, International Institute for Asian Studies. With this, I now hand over the session to the chairperson. Kindly take the proceedings forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome, everybody. This is the first plenary session, and I think we have one of us also who will be speaking online. So whenever you're ready to speak. Yes. I think each speaker will have about 20 minutes before the lecture on your presentation, and then we will have a round of discussion at the end. But for the online speakers, we might also take some immediate quick questions as well, in case they are not available. Over to you.
So do I start speaking now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. A very good afternoon to everyone present here.
Yes, so you may was
It is a honor. It is seen
Am I audible right now?
yes.
Okay. A very good afternoon to one and all. I would like to just quickly thank the organizers of this conference for having me to deliver the plenary. Also express my gratitude to Dr. Kandarpadas and yeah, the organizers too. So I'll just quickly get into the topic at hand. This particular conference where we are looking at Indian knowledge system in particular, I thought I would focus rather on the other IKS that we have stopped talking about quite a bit. That is the an indigenous approach or the indigenous knowledge system. So the paper is titled Decolonial Environmentalism and Indigenous Approach. So just to break down this concept of what should fall under indigenous. Rather than defining indigenous, I thought we would should probably look at the opposite of the word indigenous. So when referring through multiple dictionaries and thesaurus, I came to know that there are few words that were identified as opposite of indigenous per se. There's something called there's one is non-native, and then there is expatriate, and then the third term is introduce. So I thought we will start off with this term introduced as an opposite to indigenous when we talk about environment in particular. So going back a few years, um, the crux of the paper is about the need. There is an immediate need for a decolonial approach to environmental issues, as a big chunk of these issues, it has taken root during the times of colonization. So I'll just break it down by giving a few examples and things like that. So the first thing I would like to start with is land laws that were introduced during the colonial period. Just go back to the land laws. Two particular things. One is the commercialization of crop and the commoditization of land. So land became a commodity that could be transferred from person to person, and we started cultivating with the commercialization of crops. We started cultivating, and of course, we all are all aware from our chapters in school history and so on about Champaran and Champaran when farmers in Bihar were the Bihar region were forced to cultivate indigo. Very much, if you take the case of Assam, tea was not something that was native. I mean, we are all proud of Assam tea, but tea was not something that is native to the state. It was once again a crop that was introduced during the colonial period, and that's to do with the land laws in short. And we look if you look at the forest laws that had evolved over the years of colonization, and it still continues to be evolved. The initial forest laws were a very simple technique to alienate the community of smelters who would actually make weapons and um, other artifacts using ores. So they would require wood, the forest wood in order to smelt these ores. But it was during the colonial years that there were laws that were introduced that banned people from cutting wood from the forest. And hence, the actual reason that the colonial um, regime then had given was that uh, it's an environmental crisis, and we shouldn't allow people to encroach into forests. But eventually, that helped the colonial regime gain control over a big chunk of our forest resources. Um, Similar is, the post-independent years, we also see similar is the Coal Bearing Areas Act of 1957, It's from through this act that a big chunk of Odisha and a lot of people living in Odisha have been alienated from the land, and it was done by none other than one of the major benefactors of mining in Odisha is the Adani Resources. And yeah, if we actually see as late as I mean just few weeks ago, there were a lot of voices being raised against the Forest Conservation Amendment Act of 2023. With this amendment, we did manage to rechristen or rename this particular act that was created in order to protect the forests in India as the One Sanrakshan Evam Samvardhan Adhiniyam. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's a very simple law that has successfully allowed the privatization of forest management, which actually means we are now opening our forest to be managed by a private entity. So we have looked at land laws during colonization, the forest laws that were introduced that eventually developed. But the third and the most major issue that we should be discussing is to a large extent the advent of technology and modernity that has presented us with a lot of choice. So basically, open market, a lot of choice, a lot of options that we have, increased consumption that would automatically result in increased production, and hence, so the increase in consumption is directly proportional to the increase in exploitation that is happening across. So in that context, I would like to just mark Aditya Nigam's contribution in his rereading of Hind Swaraj by Mahatma Gandhi. He develops this concept of aesthetic slowness, where it's important to take some sort of a pause, think for a bit. I mean, how much do we need in reality? So, to put it in more contemporary examples, the solution for environmental issues cannot stem from another technological advancement. For instance, your electronic vehicles, which has the green number plate, is not the solution. Decreased consumption to decreased or responsible consumption, and very simple concept, I mean, concept of using public transport where it is required. So this idea of slowing down and reflecting upon how much we need to consume, what is need, is the actual need of the hour. So for a very long time, we have noticed that environmentalism and anti-colonialism had existed as two parallel entities. So when environmentalism or any environmental movement focused on nature, it was very technocratic in nature. It was not holistic particularly, and when, I mean, I mean, the colonial movement or the independent movement focused on aspects of social justice, human rights, and again, environment didn't seem to be existing. What was needed is a holistic approach, which is inclusive of everything. So when we talk about human justice or social justice, it is also important we incorporate elements of environmental justice here, and environmental justices should also be inclusive of people who live in the forest. That's where I come to the next question, where I think almost every state in India has eco resorts that's been constructed inside forest for people to go and stay. But be it Wayanad in the south, and I think even in a protected, I mean, zone like Kaziranga, we have a lot of private entities that have been set up. But what about the Adivasis and the tribals in this country? As recent as I mean, early just second half of 2025 saw the Kuruba tribes from a place called Nagarhole in Karnataka come and protest just to reclaim the land that belonged to them. So Nagarhole is one of the tiger reserves in Karnataka or India. And when it was declared a tiger reserve and it's a protected area, the first thing that happened was the tribals were displaced. Tribals who coexisted, who lived in that particular region, coexisted with nature, were immediately displaced. And since the 1980s, they have been protesting against the encroachment into their particular homeland. So at one level, when we are opening up, I mean, when we are privatizing forest management and opening up forest for setting up your eco resorts and your forest stays and things like that, we see people who are being living in these regions were being displaced. So where does this all begin from? There's a concept called colonial habitation that takes root in somewhere in the 15th century, the late 15th century, where inhabiting Earth started becoming a process through appropriation. So yeah, the colonizers started seeing the forest as an obstacle, but whereas obstacle to revenue is not as a resource. I mean, we see that the Terai ranges, the Terai forest had, from what we had, it has disappeared to a large extent. So it is at this juncture that we really need to question is if the Western progress model that we have been mimicking for a long time, that shows, I mean, the Western progress model, of course, shows a linear growth. How much of it is actually growth or development? And along with that, we also need to question indigenous knowledge has always been portrayed as something that has been static or invented. How much of it is invented? So I will just take a few case studies of where indigenous practices took a forefront and where people decided to adapt not just adapt, just practice a lot of indigenous knowledges and hence justifying the topic on how an indigenous approach is needed alongside the colonial environmentalism. So in the state of Karnataka, the coffee plantations in Kodagu, coffee, just like tea that I had mentioned, is a non-native species. So the coffee plantation workers in Kodagu or Coorg in Karnataka, they did a two-step process where they did something that the practice is called self-indigenization and re-inhabitation. So what they simply did is, along with coffee, since it's a non-native species, they decided to integrate it with a lot of native flora and practices. One simple thing being pepper being planted along with coffee. Pepper, if you know, it actually plays a very important role in improving the soil health, increasing biodiversity, and it also acts as a natural non-toxic pest management entity. So we see the coffee plantation workers that a new style or new crop was introduced that along with it came new styles of agriculture, new demand for pesticides and so on to take care of the plantation, but where they decided to go back to a very simple process where you introduce native species in alongside a non-native species that plays an important role in the economic growth of the region. I mean, indigenous knowledge or practices never demands us to completely leave, quit everything and go back. And no, that's not the idea. It also promotes economic sustainability. The second case study I would talk about is the Durba of Bastar or Chhattisgarh, what we call as the SDG goal 6 or SDG 6 today. We see a lot of indigenous water conservation methods that were followed that were suitable for local ecosystem. For example, Jua or aquifer, as we call it basically they would dig shallow wells of 5 to 10 feet where it taps the groundwater and the groundwater is always replenished. The concept of munda or ponds, there's the small man-made reservoirs again for storage of rainwater and things like that. So we have a lot of case studies of farming, agriculture alone going back to adapting indigenous knowledge practices. For instance, by 2020, almost 700,000 farmers in the state of Andhra Pradesh adopted something called zero budget natural farming. So zero budget natural farming is where you completely do away with pesticides, you completely do away with any kind of chemical fertilizers, and you go back to using cow dung, your organic, your manure that is created home wise. And that way it supports a very sustainable practice. The last case study I've taken is of the Lepchas of Sikkim, West Bengal, and so on. They have a lot of, apart from their knowledge in native medicine, they're very simple practice of coexistence with nature, the belief systems, what the raw materials used for construction, and how much is needed. These are multiple examples of how an indigenous approach is very much needed to tackle the environmental question today. So yeah, going back to another very strong principle of, I would just conclude with this. Indigenous knowledge system also has believes in a very decentralized community-based governance of resources. That's a strong principle. So this fundamental question that political ecology refers around who control the resources. So it's also important that we don't give up these. I mean, we just have to go back to indigenous knowledge system to know that giving up the resources to one private entity is not definitely going to work in anyone's favor, for that matter. So yeah, it's also a practice about we don't need the conservation through exclusion, but through more integration and inclusion that way. Just to conclude with one particular example is an particular organization in India called PARI, that's People's Archive for Rural India. They work alongside communities. I mean, when we talk about indigenous knowledge system, so it's not a bunch of scientists who have just graduated from, or scientists or scholars who have graduated from particular university who study the area. So PARI's aim is to study alongside existing communities. For example, they validate rural knowledge or knowledge of people who are native to a particular region alongside scientific data. They've conducted various studies, for example, the study of disappearing coral reefs through observation of fishermen. So they are also involved. The mangroves of the Sundarbans and so on. I would like to conclude there due to the limitation in time given. I hope I could wrap up. So I just conclude with this thing that as much as we definitely, I mean, we need not take a step back completely and go back, but at the same time, we need to reflect slightly. So these two things of one, we need a completely decolonial. I mean, environmentalism should go hand in hand with a decolonial path, and also indigenous knowledge system. It would give us a very sustainable approach to uh, focus on conserving the environment and so on. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your talk, and also picking up particularly important issues about decarbonizing knowledge systems as we, so it's a great way to start off the first session. I think since you're online, and in case we lose you for some reason, you can't always trust technology, I think I'll open it to the floor if anybody has a question. Or you can take a question after everybody speaks. We'll do a discussion line. But in case the online speakers speak, they can also wait. Vishal, you wait. You can take the questions. Okay? If we have the questions at the end, is that all right? It gives everyone time to also get connected.
In case I have to excuse myself, I would definitely take the questions in chat box and would love to respond. Probably we can do. I mean, I would definitely, if it can be also dropped in the chat box or something, I would definitely respond it at some point of time in case I need to excuse myself.
Will you speak with us at the end of the session, or generally? I think, well, in that case, we'll move on because we can connect the questions and have a discussion at the end and try to cross attention as well in different the various speakers. So I think we go to the next online speaker as well. So may I invite Professor Nivekita Kaskundu. Yours.
Yeah. Okay, can you hear? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, first and foremost, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference. Specifically, I am extremely thankful to the Vice Chancellor of the university and Professor Kandorpa Das, who is also an old friend of mine. I also like to congratulate the GCU organizing team who has organized this conference so well with such eminent people present and speaking and sharing their ideas. So not to waste much time, as time is precious nowadays. So let us start to the topic directly. So as we know that India, we are talking about India's knowledge hub, India as a knowledge hub and increased prominence in the world for its innovation, for its science and technological development, for its IT sector, for its economic growth. So today's India is totally different from what we used to see earlier. But also we have seen that how people have developed their confidence level, and also they are coming forward with their views and ideas. So looking into this, I would also like to mention that as I am living most of my life out of India, but talking about India from outside India, it's very significant because we have seen how the perceptions has changed over the time. So starting from the snake charmers India, poverty-stricken India, now it is a India of 21st century with knowledge, with economic growth, and that is a very significant development. And we are very proud of this. Being a Indian diaspora abroad, also we feel very proud of India's growth and India's development. So to start with, like, I would like to mention that being an international relation expert and teaching international relations, I would like to mention one very specific topic that is growing in the international relation context, and that is India becoming the voice of global South. So today we have seen that India is part of many multilateral organizations. India is being invited to join as a full member, as an observer of number of multilateral organizations, and they are speaking about not only about their own nation, but also talking about the development of the global South. So they are becoming the voice of the global South, and also raising the issues and concerns that global South is facing. So today we have also noticed that how United Nations as an organization is serving. It is actually not really doing the duties that they were supposed to do, and after they have been introduced after the World War II, they have not been reformed. So India, which has been voicing out about the United Nations reforms, about the expansion of the Security Council, has been voicing out for many years now, which today we see that many countries are voicing out, and we hope that some steps will be taken looking into the present situation. India is also one of the largest contributors to the UN peacekeeping operations. India is vocally talking about how India is fighting to counter terrorism and also peace building process, and advocating for the global South's representation in the global governance. Also, another significant organization in which India is part, and that is World Trade Organization. And India plays a very defensive and agenda-setting role, especially on food security, public stockholding in this organization. And we have seen that India's voice, India's concerns have been very much appreciated and have been supported. Another organization which we talk about, if we see, that is the G20. That is how India handled the G20 presidency in 2023. We all know, and we are extremely proud of the way India has taken over this presidency and the membership. So this also India highlighted in this particular G20 presidency summit, that how the debt release and development of finance, growth of the digital public infrastructure,
Next, previous, is it?
So I think she's having trouble rejoining us. So in this case, perhaps when she's able to join us, we'll continue with the talk. In the meantime, I think we can go on, continue with the next speaker. So I'd like to invite you to the will you like to speak on mic?
ইয়াতে ক'ব যদি সেইটো নাপায় আগত খুলিলে micro.
Talk about
My
the center in it. Well, this is a role of the Indian knowledge system. Indian knowledge system, in short, lecture is multiple approaches aimed at achieving a input and multiplied. Schema center is maintaining such approaches is socio-religious order. Data center number incorporated so many aspects of ideas that we can be called as a history of ideas. The various ideas that involves are the most important aspects of any non-system. Non-violence is an important element of the ancient Indian ethos. Also talk on the theme of non-violence, asking people to refrain from sacrificing any animal before the deity, which was very common in those days. During this second pilgrimage, he and his followers came across a deer peacock trapped in this daylight hunter. The polynet got older creatures liberated from the village. He also put some coins as compensation for the hunter who did the hunting. The hunter was impressed that he became a disciple. Fruitfulness, compassion, hospitality, and cleanliness are the four cornerstones of the Sanatana religion and the values of practice. The aims of Srimanta Shankardev mentioned truthfulness as one of the four pillars of the religion. Is very first book, Harishchandra Upanika, was about the legendary king Harishchandra, who was an embodiment of truthfulness. A distinctive feature of IPS is social integration, which is thrust on Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, inscribed in the Maha-Upanishad. Srimanta Shankardev achieved this integration by creating a common culture acceptable to the numerous ethnic groups within the Assamese community. Elements from each ethnic group and molded them together into a new form. This happened with costume designs in the plays, the melodies in his music, the hand and feet movement in his dance form, etc. This gave rise to the common skills culture. This methodology evolved by Srimanta Shankardev can be a toolkit for creating a unified society. This is very much important in this present time. The corollary of this approach was the creation of a community life in the Assamese society. Srimanta Shankardev created the residential institution, Khan, which later became known as Satra. It is a social enterprise, the like of which was created in the modern times, like the kibbutz in Israel and the commune in China. Khan or Satra is centered around the multi-purpose worshiping hall called Kirtan, which is also used for socio-cultural and economic activities, thus making it a unique and pioneering institution in the entire world. They sustained the community life in the civil society over the centuries. The eco-friendly architecture of the Kirtan is another noteworthy aspect. Only replenishable materials like shampoo, food, etc. were used in its construction, whereby the ecology was set, unlike the stone elsewhere in India. The openness, the roof pattern, and the use of finishes make its architecture a unique model of indigenous architecture in India. It is certainly an addition to the ideas. The ideas trace of environment is echoed in the literary works of the polymath also. It alluded to the numerous floras in his books. The harmonical chapter of this Lekham of this Kirtan Kosha contains numerous names of the plants and trees available in the Brahmaputra Valley. Srimanta Shankardev developed a unique model of governance in keeping with ideas, which emphasizes ethical, holistic, and citizen-centered leadership. Chanakya's Parthashastra and the two ethics outline these traits. Ethics is the essence of the polymath writings. Other than the verse about devotion to God, all his writings are all about ethics. His followers were eager to live a holistic life. Literary and cultural activities in addition to the religious pursuits, whereby an integrated approach was inculcated in them. they were even required to pick out their own living by engaging in agricultural activities in the lands allotted to them. Because a unique to the entire world, nowhere in the world, in any religious order, the followers are required to pick up their own living. The result of all this is a sustainable living factor, which is helped sustain the movement launched by the polymath 5 centuries after Indian physical shift. The devotees living in the Than Satra participate in multifaceted activities like religious discourses, Satya dance, sacred music, manuscript painting, wooden sculptures, handicrafts, etc. Actually, the monument, his works cover more than 24 spheres of activities. Education was imparted about all these disciplines in the Thana Sutra. A methodology of passing knowledge to the new generation was carefully developed in the ancient Guru Shishya tradition of India. The Thana Sutra was developed as a repository of knowledge and center of learning. Srimad Shankardev made the knowledge available in Assamese language for the first time. The authors of India used Sanskrit before him to write treatises, because of which education was restricted to the elite class only. The polymath translated the major Indian classics from Sanskrit to Assamese. He made knowledge available to all. He was pioneer in this all over India. Authors like Surdas, Tulsidas, etc. emerged from the demon. In fact, Srimanta Sankardeva was the first author in what is now known as Hindi language. Since this Indian language emanated from the Rajavali form of Assamese, he used the plays and songs. One can find distinct proof of this language in his play Ramavijan, especially the dialects of Parshurama. Srimanta Shankardev was thus a pioneer in the evolution and expansion of modern Indian languages. He can refer to Kapila Dasyan's works also in this context. Ankya play, written by Srimanta Shankardev, were not only the first play in all modern Indian languages, but also the first instance in the entire world where drama was used as a tool for preaching and ideology. These plays conveyed the ethos like non-violence, truthfulness, and devotion. When these were enacted, it was known as Bhavana. The Kshatriya dance and Shankari music were launched through this Ankya Bhavana. Srimanta Shankardev created a new percussion instrument for Ankya Bhavana. It is called khol. This Satya dance is now well established as a classical dance form with distinctive hand and feet movement, costume, etc. Its richness is evident from the fact that another classical dance form, the Manipuri dance, was derived from this Satya dance form. Even Rabindranath Tagore created his dance composition as such derivatives. Srimanta Sankardeva's Ankya Bhavana became the first theatre in all modern Indian languages. Even Telugu and Kuttai of Tamil Nadu, which had prose dialects, evolved after the Ankya Bhavana only. On the other hand, Kutyattam retains the elements of Sanskrit theatre from ancient times. Another record achieved by Ankya Bhavana was the introduction of backdrop in the first play Sena Yatra in 1468. Ankya plays the
served as pioneering work covering literature, dance, music, painting, musical instrument, as well as ideological proselytizing. Such multidimensional creative work is unique in the entire world. Manuscript decoration is an ancient Indian craft. Scriptures were traditionally written in handmade papers, leaves made of pressed cotton, palm leaves, patra, etc. But Srimata Shankardev gave it a new dimensions by popularizing Khasipa for manuscript decoration. Khasipa was prepared from the bark of other tree. Each folio Khasipa was coated with indigenous age remote item, which also kept insects away from those leaves in the humid climate of Assam. An organic tea called Mahi was used for writing thereon. It had a bright glaze and it lasts for millenniums. The illustrations in his manuscripts gave rise to a new school of painting, known as Sankara School of Painting. It has distinctive features like protruding eyes, stylus letters, chronological order of the pictures, use of arc frames, etc. Ayurvedic medicine is a major forte of psychics. This alternative medicine system depends on maintaining balance in the bodily elements. Srimanta Sankaradeva's trust on the five elements in his philosophy, Vivartana Bharat was in tune with this concept. It prescribed method of treatment with basic plants for his nephew Tulsiram, when the latter suffered from leprosy. The practice of clapping with the palms during the community prayers was yet another practical way of the followers to keep the nerves of everyone healthy. This shows his use of acupressure, which is known as Marma Sikirsha in the ancient India, and documented in texts like the Charaka Sanghita. So, I would like to conclude because the time is very short. Shankardev spent most of his life in reviving and promoting the ideas. The 12-year British by the colonial all over India from 1481 to 1493 was in fact a research tour in search of ancient Indian classical system. It was his verdict that revived the ancient Prabandha gate of the Vedic period. The Vedic music was lost, and Shankardev revived that through his verdict. So, with this words, I conclude my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Suji, and gives us some more time for discussion as well. I think many of us in the science trying to deal with the and I'm sure there will be more questions for you at the end. I think we will move on now to our next talk. So I think it's about and I actually
So, uh, as you all know, the topic for today is very, very vast. So I thought that I would take a look at the topic from my perspective, based upon my skill sets and all the everything that I know about global languages today. So I speak from the point of view of an Indian who wants to see his country reclaim its place in the global hierarchy once again. Okay, and then I am connecting the vacant spaces in global order today and how India can rise up to the top using its homegrown knowledge base, which we now call as Indian knowledge system. So first of all, we have to understand who are the players on the global stage today. According to me, I have divided the states in the world today into 6 categories. That is, the first one is the brand new states, states that have no living memory of being big powers of any kind, and states for whom nation state concept itself is alien. For example, most of the states in Africa, okay, they have, especially Central Africa and Western Africa, for them memories, there is no living memory on which they can fall back upon. All that their history is that of a history controlled by tribal identities. So nation state is a very, very new thing for them. They are trying to find a way to synthesize their history with the realities of a modern nation state. That is the first kind of concept. Next is the theocratic states in the Islamic world. So those are states which are not exactly nation states. Those are states for whom nation states is a means to something else. Okay, they are pretending to be nation states, but they are something else in it. Third is the states created by successful states, the group created by successful states for whom the organic link to their past may or may not be alive or may or may not be very, very strong. For example, most of the states in Europe except Russia. Okay. I am treating Russia as a separate category. So most of European states are materially successful, but their organic linkages to their past have been totally broken or partially broken. Or even if they are alive and they have been subjugated by some other identity. Next is the fourth group is the civilizational states. You know, states like India, Israel, Turkey, Russia, China. So China is a different case because it is a civilizational state living on a borrowed ideology. So communism is a borrowed ideology for China. It is not homegrown. Besides, China also is trying to create a harmony between its political ideology and its homegrown knowledge. It's the same challenge for us also in many ways. However, this is another group that we will deal with. Then there is another group which is constituted by countries that are essentially European but planted on some other territory. For example, United States, Australia, New Zealand, and Argentina, Brazil. These are essentially European states planted on some other geography. And the final group is the successful states with a nearly failed link to their past. Korea is the biggest example. It is a country which is materially successful, but its link to its past has been so thoroughly broken that Korea never, and to a large extent Japan also, that it is very difficult for them to imagine themselves as standalone nations who are capable of carving out a niche for themselves on the global stage. So these are the 6 categories of nations that we have to bear in mind when we are looking at the globe from the point of view of India. The next thing is that where is our story playing out? Our story is playing out at stages. Now, there is a competition. It has always been true throughout history. All the states have always competed with each other for the prime position. Some states rise up to the top for some time. Some states manage to stay there longer than most of the states. And for some states, the stay at the top is very, very short. Okay, but it doesn't matter what the state is, which country we are talking about. The race is essentially to rise up to the top of the pecking order in international in geopolitics. So every country has some advantages and disadvantages. There are certain requirements of international geopolitics. There are certain requirements of international geopolitics. So now let us look at India. We have a memory, a historical memory of us being a great power, of us being a great country in the past. However, that memory was broken somewhere around 700-800 years ago. And since that point of time, we have never been able to reclaim that space completely. Today, it is politically kind of incorrect to say, because so many people disagree with this. However, India, no matter how cacophonic it might sound, but there is a growing constituency within India which is saying that this is, in 800 years, this is the first time when we are talking about a civilizational goal, that we have to reclaim our space in the global world. So far, we were talking about, the very fluid things like, the developmental goals or social objectives, all these things, but never really connecting all those individual objectives with the larger, the grand objective of the Indian state. It was there somewhere, it is inside the labyrinth of the Indian state. For example, if you talk to members of the Indian military or if you talk to members of the security class, by and large, they would have talked only of civilizational terms. But if you are talking to people in political class, especially in the second tier or third tier, they have no sense of any civilizational mission. So this is after a long, long time that a large part of India's Indians are actually talking about the civilizational objective. So if you are talking about the civilizational objective, we have to evaluate our strengths and weaknesses. What are our strengths and what are our weaknesses and who are our weaknesses. This is 21st century, the stage where technological competence is of utmost importance. We have seen this play out in the last 6-7 years. Everyone was made brutally aware about this for the first time in living countries when Corona was out. Now, since last 1 year, every country in the world is forced to reckon with this reality after Donald Trump has come along. Everyone is forced to evaluate the power base or the competence of his or her individual. If those countries who thought that they could survive simply by linking up to the United States, they are realizing that that possibility essentially does not exist. What if the parasite, what if this is essentially a parasitic mentality? Parasite cannot sustain if the host is not willing to let it ride in its body. So this is the moment that has come for all of us. So we have to evaluate as a country, we have to evaluate what are our strengths and weaknesses. We know that we have been told for a very, very long time about our weakness. Weak infrastructure, weak institutional capacity, weak political structure, weak educational infrastructure, weak base in science and technology, weak industrial capacity, all these things we know. However, the unique thing about India is all those things weak as they are, but they have no germinations of strength in them present. For example, even with a weak knowledge base, we have been able to create something like a very vibrant space economy, which is the hallmark of a very, very strong, of a country with a very strong science and technology base. There is nothing better at the cutting edge of science and technology than space economy. It is the fine frontier, as we say. So if a country manages to be in the top 3, top 4 of the international space order, then it means that our knowledge base is weak as it is, is not really completely incapacitated. So that is the point. So, I mean, we may be weak in so many spheres, but we have elements of strength present in each and every single domain of our national existence. We have to recognize this and figure out how we can repair the weaknesses and rise up to them. Those of you, students may or may not remember those things. I'm sure they don't have a living memory of how India was before 1951. But those who have living memory of what India was after 1991, they can understand how India has changed after that. You know, I remember very vividly, there was a time when to buy a car you had to wait for 10 years. To have a telephone connection at your home, you had to wait for 5 or 6 years. Those were very large privileges, so to say, during those days. So now we have come to a point where we are almost equal to anyone else when it comes to thinking about the material components, the material foundations of a model. Okay. So in that background, we have to think how we can fit. That is where Indian knowledge system comes into picture. Because Indian knowledge system gives us the space to resuscitate our technological and intellectual foundation once again. It gives us the opportunity to have an independent, homegrown knowledge base, something that cannot be threatened by a foreign power, something that does not stand to dissolve in face of challenge from an external source. That is why it is very, very important to focus on Indian knowledge system. Indian knowledge system has a very, very wide spectrum. You have been told by all the speakers today, starting from mathematics to astronomy to grammar to linguistics to medicine to metallurgy, engineering to hydrology, all these areas. Indian knowledge system has a very large presence. That is why it is called as the full spectrum knowledge system, much like the Western knowledge system. And you have something like the Chinese system of medicine, which is not recognized as an independent system of medicine, irrespective of the claims made by China. It is said to be a system of wellness, system of healing, whereas our domestic, our homegrown system of medicine is recognized as an independent system of medicine. So everything that we have produced has a totally independent existence. Now, what we need is infusion of the knowledge that we have acquired from best in the world today, that is the West. We have to recognize that the West is the best in the business today. So if we have to become primus inter pares, if we have to beat them at the then we have to be at least as good as they are in there. And then we have to draw on the thing that we that is where Indian knowledge system is something that is of immense use to us. I have given the details of everything in the presentation that I have submitted. If you want to take a look at it. Given the paucity of time that we have, it is not possible to go into details of individual elements. However, I have tried to give you a broader picture of how I have connected the individual elements of this rather large and huge spectrum theme. I would welcome questions if you have any subsequently, and maybe I am reachable by through my mail ID, or you can reach me through the institutional emails. I would be happy to answer the questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you also for taking time. It gives us all more opportunities to connect and also make up for some lost time. I wanted to check if we have maybe the man back online. If that is not the case, then perhaps we can move on to the discussion. And that's okay with our speakers online and in person present here. So I will open the floor if there are any questions from the audience. And if not, I might just ask our panelists a few small questions to just get started. Are you still there, Dr. Vishal? Need a moment to connect. We can begin with our discussion with the panelists that we have here with us. So we just wait a minute to see if we have Dr. Vishal back. Otherwise, I could begin with a question for Dr. Tomaki. You mentioned the toolkit, which would be very helpful. You gave some examples as well. So I was wondering, given that we are at this university, what would you pick as one or two examples from this toolkit for Congolese methodologies, which would be relevant, especially for the younger generations?
I mentioned one thing already with the community life and social integration. These are very relevant in the present time. And in the new education policy, very much is the requirement to people see problem. So in that context, the cultural elements of this century cultural can be learned from these are very quite helpful. And one thing I could not read in my paper, if the possible time, that is the element of yoga. So what is happening in the popularized yoga to a great extent. The Mati Akara is the grammar of Saskatchewan. Mati Akara is to do asanas like Ustrasana, Chakrasana. So whenever the person learns Saskatchewan, he or she learns a lot of asanas. So it is ingrained. So Saskatchewan made yoga very popular. In Assam, you can see so many youngsters singing body and performing the Saskatchewan. And in the process, they perform yoga. I think that is quite helpful for the youngsters.
Thank you so much. Indeed, I mean, we don't automatically think of them as being forms of exercise or being incorporated forms of movements which might be beneficial for development of the human body. Thank you for that. Are there any other questions? Especially for Dr. Bhagat, he has the mic with him. If you do, please raise your hand and I'll look around and pass the question to you or pass the mic to you. So please don't hesitate. So maybe I will have to catch it or Shakil. So right. Thank you for this classification that you made as well. I have never thought of it in that way. So being able to categorize states in 6 categories as you have that. I was wondering from the civilizational within the civilizational category that you mentioned, where also India is included. What are kind of possibilities? What kind of human systems can there be greater collaboration in? I mean, you have given some examples, but what would be a very distinct one where there can be collaboration among other civilization states or on a global level?
Yeah, certainly. See, I mean, there are two types of knowledge. One is the foundational knowledge, the other is what you derive by applying what you have learned in the foundational knowledge. So essentially at civilizational level, every country has foundational knowledge in varying degrees. So you have mathematics, you have grammar, you have astronomy. Astronomy is basically a derivative of mathematics in physics. So you have mathematics, you have medicine, and you have grammar. So as you know, there were 3 or 4 things taught in the classical schools. One was logic, other was grammar, then mathematics, and then something related to oratory. It was called rhetoric. So these were 4 things. Apart from that, you had to learn one of those languages, classical language. So now, when we look at the world, there is a technological race going on in the world. And every country in the world, what is saying is trying to master the modern technology. However, what needs to be understood is that it is not possible for a country to become technologically rich without having a very strong base in social sciences. Inability to do so results in a country becoming something like Korea or Japan, a very hollow shell, living in a strong technological framework. It is not possible for such countries to sustain in the long run. They collapse invariably. We have seen so, if you look into the details of my presentation, you will see that the world history is full of countries that were great at some point of time. They continue to be present on the global map even today, but they have no pretense of being great enough. For example, Egypt or Mesopotamia, or the country that originates at where Nile River originates, in Africa. Okay, so Ethiopia. So Ethiopia, it used to be a great country. It used to rival the Roman Empire in military power in the Mediterranean and African region. But where is Ethiopia today? You look at Iran. Iran was a great power. Iran is a unique country in that way because it was great during the Achaemenid time, but it also managed to acquire greatness during Sassanid time. So when civilizational switchover happened, then at that point of time also Iran managed to achieve greatness. Similarly, that similar is the case of Turkey. Turkey was a great country during Anatolian times, and it became great once again during the time of Islamic time, especially during the rule of Sulaiman the Great. Okay. But if you look at India, we have a very long period of almost 1,000 years where we practically were absent from the list of countries determining the fate of the world for 1,000 years. So now we have a situation where the global scenario has changed in such a way that we can draw upon our massive knowledge base to excel in things that are required in modern states. For example, artificial intelligence. Essentially, artificial intelligence is application of the capability to regenerate something which is called the regenerative grammar in our ancient system. And mathematics, the application of grammar and mathematics, mathematical logic gives you capacity to excel in artificial intelligence. Modern medicine. Now increasingly we are realizing that if you want to succeed as a country with good capabilities in medical sciences, then you need to have not just curative property, but also preventive capacity. Otherwise, you become subject to side effects, which is what the strength of our medical foundation is, that it is not just curative, but also preventive. There are so many strengths present in our ancient knowledge base, which we can combine to create wonderful results in modern areas like metallurgy. If we could create
steel that has not lasted over a period of 1,000 years. There is no good reason why you should not be able to create the crystal structure of plates required for the jet engine. Right? That is the area where we are failed. That is the area where we have not been able to create jet engines. Our very engine is creating something like 25 kilonewtons of thrust, whereas we want to create 110 kilonewtons of thrust. Why? Because we lack that stage. So when we could excel in metallurgy to that extent to the past, there is no reason why we should not excel there now. We have broken the whole. So we have to take the past and bring it to the present. That is the
Thank you. Thank you also for giving us this sense of the global history. I now want to check again if there are questions from the audience or if any of our online participants are able to come back. I thank the speakers here also for giving very contemporary examples, especially in the Q&A. Unfortunately, we couldn't cover all the details in the presentation, but it also helped us to keep time and make up time as well. If there are no questions from the audience, shall I close the session? Well, thank you again to all our speakers. Please, a big round of applause for them.
This concludes plenary session 1. I thank all distinguished speakers for their valuable contributions. I now hand over the proceedings to the next speaker, Dr. Umanuya, who will proceed over plenary session 2. Thank you so much.
It has started with this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We now move to the second plenary session of this conference. It is my honor and privilege to inform this August gathering that this session will be chaired by Professor Siddharth Shankar, former Vice Chancellor of the University of Sweden. Professor Shankar is a distinguished academic and sailor, widely explained his leadership and contributions to academic governance and institutional reform. We are honored to have him preside over the session. Thank you so much. Speakers for this session. It is my honor to introduce Professor Constantine and Professor of medicine at the Marie State University, Yozhda, Russia, and a senior researcher at the Institute of Theoretical and Experimental Biophysics, the Russian Academy of Sciences in Pushchino, Russia. His research focuses on mitochondrial structure-function relationships, with particular emphasis on calcium derivatives of addition, ion channel dynamics, and oxidative stress. He is internationally recognized for his several contributions to understanding mitochondrial dysfunction and neurodegenerative disorders, including ALS. And he has authored over 140 scientific publications with broad impacts in mitochondrial biology and cellular pathophysiology. Professor Konstantin Belousov is joining us from Russia via Zoom. On behalf of the organizing committee, we are pleased to extend a very warm to you. Sir, welcome. Our next distinguished speaker is Professor Mikhail Dubinin. Professor Dubinin is a senior researcher in the Department of Biochemistry, Cell Biology, and Microbiology at Marie State University at Russia, and a collaborator with the Institute of Theoretical and Experimental Biophysics, the Russian Academy of Sciences. His research expertise encompasses mitochondrial ion transport, calcium homeostasis, and permeability transition mechanisms with strong fascination relevance to metabolic and neuromuscular disorders. He has made important contributions to understanding mitochondrial dysfunction in disease models, particularly Duchenne, muscular dystrophy, and metabolic disorders. Professor Lubinin is also joining us from Russia via Zoom. We are honored to have you and we warmly welcome you to this plenary session. It is now my privilege to introduce to you our third plenary speaker, Dr. André Concord. Dr. Concord is a researcher at the Sirius University of Science and Technology, Sochi, Russia. His academic work lies in the intersection of genetics, anthropology, and population history, with a focus on Eurasian populations. His research integrates advanced genetic methodologies with interdisciplinary perspectives, and he is actively engaged in the study of international scholarly contributions. May I now request Dr. Concord to kindly come forward. I think he stepped outside. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request a warm round of applause for our distinguished plenary speakers and our respected session chair, Professor Siddharth. I now invite Professor Shankar to elaborate the proceeding talks.
I welcome to this session and would like to thank everyone for the gracious that they have shown to listen to everything that has been deliberated upon. Now, the theme for this session is shaping tomorrow's advances in science and technology. So, yes, I had also talked about during my speech, and which everyone has talked about during their presentations, that Indian knowledge system, like any other knowledge system, is about a very vast array of things, including science and technology. Ultimately, material life is determined by capacities in science and technologies. So during this session, we will talk about emerging trends in science that are likely to have a material impact on our future. So the first person, as the first speaker during this session, I would like to invite Professor Mikhail to begin to enlighten all of us with his views on the field. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Can you hear me? As you can see, I have prepared for our meeting. This is our gift from Professor Damiki-Lalu. And first, I would like to express my gratitude for the kind invitation to participate in this conference. And it's both an honor and really privilege to present our laboratory's recent findings in the field of biomedicine. And really, I'm really happy that we have started to work in the field of biomedicine with your university, with Girijananda Chaudhuri University, with Professor Damiki-Lalu. And of course, I wish only success in this field. And today I'll discuss the central role of mitochondria, mitochondrial medicine, especially the topic of mitochondrial calcium overload in progression of the such severe disease as Duchenne muscular dystrophy, and moreover try to emerge therapeutic opportunities this understanding provides. Just I need to share my presentation. Just a moment. This one. Please tell me, is it visible, my PPT? Oh, excellent. Okay. First regarding some introduction, Duchenne muscular dystrophy, or DMD, represents the most common form of inherited muscular dystrophy worldwide, affecting approximately 1 in 3.5 thousand to 5,000 male newborns. And just a moment, I change here this one. This is X-linked recessive disorder. Results from mutations in the DMD gene, which encodes the protein dystrophin. And it should be noted that this protein is a crucial structural component of the dystrophin-associated protein complex, or DAPC complex. This pathology is progressive and severe, and it should be noted that affected individuals typically manifests clinical symptoms in early childhood, characterized by muscle weakness, affecting primarily the griddle muscles. And progression is relentless. By the second decade of life, most of the patients lose independent ambulation, and more disturbingly, over 90% of male patients aged 18 years with DMD, this pathology, develop cardiomyopathy, which frequently becomes the primary cause of death in later stage. Maximum lifespan of the patients about in maximum 30 to 40 years only. And it should be noted while gene therapy approaches are under development, current treatment options remain limited to corticosteroids only, which only delay disease progression and carry significant adverse effects. This limitation underscores the critical importance of understanding secondary pathological mechanisms that can be targeted therapeutically this pathology. To understand the pathophysiology of this disease, so Duchenne muscular dystrophy, we need to just grasp the normal physiological role of dystrophin protein. So this protein functions according to this scheme, as you can see, not merely as a structural scaffold, but as a molecular shock absorber. So linking the muscle cell cytoskeleton to the sarcolemma, to the muscle fiber membrane, and through the dystrophin-associated protein complex anchoring this assembly to the extracellular matrix. So this complex, including dystrophin, comprises multiple components. And collectively, these proteins organize and regulate the spatial localization of numerous signaling molecules, most critically including ion channels responsible for maintaining calcium homeostasis. And today we'll discuss about calcium homeostasis mainly. But it should be noted that this pathology also includes abnormal functioning of potassium, sodium channels, and etc. So in Duchenne dystrophy, the absence of functional dystrophin triggers progressive destabilization of this complex, and the consequence is not merely structural vulnerability, and it's a cascade of dysregulated cellular ion transport, with calcium dysregulation at the center. And yet the most damaging consequence occurs not at the plasma membrane, but within the myoplasm, it should be noted, including mitochondria. And it should be noted that the calcium overload in Duchenne muscular dystrophy, according to this scheme, as you can see, results from multiple converging mechanisms. First, mechanical micro tears. So here on the right side, as you can see, some micro tears appear in the membrane, occurring in the absence of dystrophin protective scaffolding function. And this allows uncontrolled calcium infiltration. And second, and arguably more significantly, dysregulation of specific calcium conducting channels exacerbates this calcium entry. In particular, there are a lot of channels in this plasma membrane, in the sarcolemma of muscle fiber, and they show abnormal functioning, leading to successive influx of calcium, uptake of calcium in the myoplasm, in the cytoplasm of muscle fiber, and accumulation of calcium normally they become chronically activated due to continuous depletion of sarcoplasmic reticulum calcium, for example, via dysfunction of ryanodine receptors. In other words, this pathology shows not only abnormal functioning of sarcolemmal ion channels, but also intracellular ion channels, including sarcolemmal channels, leading to inability to retain a lot of calcium in the cisterns of sarcoplasmic reticulum, finally leading to calcium overloading of muscle fiber. And we have summarized this picture in our recent review. And really, you can see that muscle tissue of dystrophin-deficient animals, of model animals, as well as dystrophin muscle tissue of the patients suffering from this disease, show abnormal calcium accumulation, especially accumulation of calcium phosphate granules in this soft tissue, leading to ectopic calcification muscle tissue. And it's believed that accumulation and ectopic calcification of muscle tissue leads to inflammation. And finally, as you can see from the next slide, it leads to increase in the level of fibrosis, increase in the level of connective tissue, replacement of normal muscle tissue by connective tissue. And it's believed that this mechanism finally leads to muscle weakness and inability to work at the second decade of life of the patients suffering from this disease. Really, was shown that about more than 10 years ago, it was shown that dystrophin deficient animals, including like MDX mice, one of the most widespread and popular model used to study this disease, the mechanisms of the disease, and some to find out some treatment options. You can see that this scheme shows that these animals show increased amount of calcium in muscle fiber, and it should be noted that calcium channel blockers like nifedipine, one of the most known calcium channel blockers, only partially decrease the level of calcium in muscle fiber. In other words, we can say about there is no normalization, of course. We can normalize the functioning of sarcolemmal ion channels, but there is no normalization of calcium, of the total calcium homeostasis in muscle fiber. And it's believed that it's due to abnormal functioning of intracellular calcium accumulation systems like sarcoplasmic reticulum, as well as mitochondria. Really, we know, as I told about that, sarcoplasmic reticulum shows inability to accumulate and retain a high amount of calcium in the cisterns. But at the same time, it was shown that the release of calcium, infiltration of calcium from the sarcolemmal membrane, release from the sarcoplasmic reticulum cisterns leads to accumulation of calcium in mitochondrial matrix. So really, we know that mitochondria use calcium, but there is a really narrow window in this case, which should be noted that because normal amount of calcium required for proper mitochondrial functioning, for maintaining of oxidative phosphorylation process, for ATP biosynthesis required for normal muscle contraction and relaxation. But a lot of calcium leads to mitochondrial, high amount of calcium mitochondrial matrix leads to mitochondrial dysfunction related with overproduction of reactive oxygen species, like superoxide anion radical. Moreover, it leads to the chronic opening of mitochondrial permeability transition pore phenomenon in the mitochondrial membrane. And this phenomenon related with release of pro-apoptotic and pro-necrotic factors from the mitochondria into myoplasm. In other words, this mitochondrial dysfunction maintains the phenomena of inflammation and finally leads to muscle fiber death. And really, we have shown 2 years ago that mitochondria of dystrophin deficient animals are really in state of chronic calcium overloading. There is a result of simple, really easy experiment. You can see that addition of well-known channel forming agent, alamithicin, to freshly isolated mitochondria from dystrophin deficient animals, MDX animals, leads to release of some amount of calcium from mitochondrial matrix. And at the same time, there is no release of calcium from there is no release of calcium from mitochondria of wild-type animals. So in other words, really, this result shows that mitochondria of dystrophin-deficient animals are in a state of chronic calcium overloading, affecting their function. Really, you can see that calcium overloading leads to suppression of oxidative phosphorylation process, shown on the right side. You can see that the rate of oxygen consumption in states free and states in uncoupled state, especially showing maximal rate of electron transport in electron transport chain of mitochondria. They're dramatically decreased, as you can see. And of course, it's related with decrease in ATP production. Here on the left side, you can see that the level and the amount of ATP in dystrophic muscles, there's about twofold decrease, as you can see, of ATP amount in muscles of dystrophin deficient animals. Really, it's first of all, it's due to suppression of oxidative phosphorylation in mitochondria. And all these phenomena also suppression of mitochondrial bioenergetics related with structural abnormalities in these organelles. You can see typical pictures of typical electron micrographs of skeletal muscle from dystrophin deficient animals and from healthy wild type animals. In case of wild type animals, you can see some really typical picture of mitochondria with dense matrix, real beautiful mitochondria. This dense matrix produce a lot of ATP required for muscle contraction and relaxation. But in case of dystrophin deficient animals, you can see that mitochondria start to swell, mitochondria swollen. Moreover, you can see irregular package of the inner membrane, low density of the matrix. And of course, it's related with mitochondrial dysfunction and decrease in their efficiency of oxidative phosphorylation. And the following question arises from this part: that is it possible to mitigate and alleviate Duchenne muscular dystrophy by improving mitochondrial function, and especially by improving mitochondrial calcium homeostasis? And really, it's known that in case of neurodegeneration, in case of diabetes, for example, metabolic pathologies, we may regulate calcium transport between organelles, like between endoplasmic or sarcoplasmic reticulum and mitochondria, or between sarcolemma and mitochondria, between cytoplasm, etc. And one of these fields are known as mitochondria-associated membranes, or MAM contacts, formed between sarcoplasmic reticulum and mitochondria. So this area consists of about 1,000 proteins, but the major proteins shown in this picture, these are inositol 3-phosphate receptor, then voltage-dependent anion channel of the outer mitochondrial membrane, and GRP75 protein joining these proteins, connecting these proteins required for proper transfer of calcium from sarcoplasmic reticulum to mitochondria. And under normal conditions, this like intercellular keys required for proper regulation of mitochondrial functioning and ATP production. So in this work, in other words, we have tried to use technique related with inhibition of this transport, because it's overactivated in dystrophic mitochondria, and we use a well-known agent of BEAT4. This new agent regulating the functioning of the voltage-dependent anion channel of the outer mitochondrial membrane. It's shown in neurodegenerative diseases, for example, that this agent suppresses the overactivation of these channels and over accumulation of calcium in mitochondria, protecting them from calcium overloading, oxidative stress, and in general from mitochondrial dysfunction. And really, you can see that this agent, treatment of dystrophin deficient animals, using this agent significantly decreases the level of calcium in dystrophin deficient mitochondria from dystrophin deficient animals on the last column on the right side, in contrast to controlled dystrophin deficient animals. Moreover, it leads to increase in calcium retention capacity of these animals. In other words, this agent works. It improves calcium mitochondrial calcium homeostasis, and moreover, it protects mitochondria as well as tissue, muscle tissue in general, from overactivation of calcium-dependent proteases, or well-known calpains. So it's known that overactivation of these proteases leads to the damage of muscle proteins and repeat for finally leads to muscle tissue inflammation. And in other words, this agent, these protective effects of BIT4 on mitochondria protects muscle tissue from inflammation, and moreover, you can see that this agent normalizes the structure of mitochondria and in general of muscle tissue. You can see as well as improvement in mitochondrial ultrastructure, and moreover increase and normalization of the total number of mitochondria in muscle tissue of dystrophin deficient animals. And finally, on the level of tissue, you can see improvement of histopathology in dystrophin deficient animals. First of all, you can see decrease in the level of ectopic calcification in dystrophin deficient animals treated by this agent. There is no normalization, but significant decrease in the amount of calcium deposits in muscle tissue of dystrophin deficient animals. And this effect protects muscle tissue from replacement of functional muscle tissue by connective tissue. There is decrease in the level of collagen in muscle tissue. And finally, you can see that BIT4 increases, really it works and increases their quality of life of dystrophin deficient animals. You can see the increase, statistically significant increase in grip strength test, grip strength of these animals treated by BIT4. And we propose the following model, and this model moreover works in the case of different other drugs affecting calcium transport between sarcoplasmic reticulum and mitochondria. So here you can see that BIT4 finally protects mitochondria from calcium overloading, first of all. Moreover, it protects from oxidative stress, from the opening of mitochondria, decreases the activity of the opening of mitochondrial permeability transition pore, from overactivation of mitochondrial fraction, there's total fraction of muscle calpains, in other words, proteases, finally protecting muscle tissue from inflammation, from fibrosis, and in general leading to the improvement of quality of life of the animals, of dystrophin deficient animals. And in general, this option may be used as a supplementary option, of course, because there is no genetic cure, still no cure, which may be used to treat this disease. But we can protect some intracellular structures, including mitochondria, from this proteotoxic stress. When we say it's proteotoxic stress, leading to improvement of the quality of lives of patients suffering from this disease. So there are some acknowledgements from my colleagues from Murray State University, from Institute of Theoretical and Experimental Biophysics of Russian Academy of Sciences, and Institute of Gene Biology. With the last one, we have prepared a new strain of dystrophin deficient animals, a humanized model, which may be used here in Russia to not only to study the mechanism of this disease, a severe disease, but also to find out some treatment options. So thank you for your attention. And I'm ready for your questions, of course.
I'm glad to see you. I'm appointed for a problem that you get such a global problem. I want to
maybe supplement your vision by your vision by my vision. Do you know that in many fields of medicine, your vision when you get such problem, no, maybe it's so global. Yes, it's I impress it. But what do the grounds of matter that I think that many orphans, disease maybe ambition in your field of vision. No, for example, in many studies of Russian genomic projects and Indian genomic projects, we sometimes find maybe not found these features in ethnic minorities or in population. But like Professor Black, maybe you know, found special type of baldness in Chuvash. And the Siberian geneticists, the Siberian school of genetics find the special type of stereotaxia in Yakutia Sakha, people who microphthalmia, or different type of warfarin, different types of blood pressure. And I think, what do you think? Do you have any suggestion, maybe in your field, or your expertise, or maybe in any other disease? I think that in your population, like many people, maybe Neto, mountain, and in your neighbors, like more than listeners, we may find such specific diseases that exist only in their populations. And for, I think, because they have this specific pluralic genetic component, and therefore we may find in many people, maybe in the northeast of Russian plate, no, in Volga and Kamo region and West Siberia, such diseases. What do you think about it all? And maybe in the case of any type of destructive Duchenne, maybe anything is wrong and some steps of religious metabolism, and we have any specific types in your population, maybe not only in marine, but maybe population. Thank you very much.
Sorry, but really I can't hear you properly. But I'll try to tell you about, in general, about this work. You know that according to our work, we are working in the field of mitochondrial medicine during last about, with my following colleague, with Konstantin Beloslutsev, about 20 years. And we have found that mitochondrial dysfunction found in many pathologies, not only in orphan diseases, but really in many widespread pathologies like diabetes. Diabetes affects this like pandemic of 21st century, in our opinion, of course. And one of the options, of course, possibly not first option, but as a supplementary option, we may protect mitochondria from, in general, from stress condition. And moreover, we know about aging theory of related with mitochondrial stress. And we may protect mitochondria from stress conditions to increase not only the quality of life, but in general to increase the lifespan of human in general. Hope I have answered your question, but really I can hear you properly.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think that I should suggest to the members to know about after this conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for attention.
So So now I would like to call Professor Konstantin and Dayosh Say to talk on mitochondria are key cellular targets of diabetes mellitus. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Thank you for inviting me to give a report at your conference, and I am very glad to see Professor Damiki Lalu. My report, I will address the role of the mitochondria in the development of diabetes mellitus. Diabetes mellitus is a metabolic disorder characterized by either impairment insulin secretion or insulin resistance in the organ and tissues, which leads to metabolic dysfunction and primarily elevated blood glucose levels. Diabetes mellitus is a pandemic of the 21st century. According to the International Diabetes Federation, over 500 million people worldwide suffer from diabetes. The prolonged progression of diabetes leads in cumulative damage in the body, which can ultimately result in a death. The regulation of metabolic levels, of metabolic levels in the blood and the cells of our body is tightly controlled by various tissues. However, when this regulation is disrupted, pathological conditions may develop. Insulin resistance is important sign of diabetes mellitus, which insulin resistance glucose uptake is impairment by skeletal muscle and adipose tissue cells, while hepatic cells initiate gluconeogenesis. Lipolysis is activated in adipose tissues and insulin fails to suppress these processes. This leads to hyperglycemia and as a result of insulin resistance. At the cellular levels, insulin resistance disrupts the insulin signaling cascade of GLUT4 translocation. It also impairs other cellular systems, including the crucial metabolic regulator of AMP activated protein kinase AMPK. Mitochondria is also affected. Mitochondrial dysfunction involves multiple mechanisms such as decreases ATP levels, loss of the membrane potential, and generation of reactive oxygen species. This is not a complete list of functional impairments. Additionally, mitochondrial biogenesis dynamics and mitophagy are disrupted. Our analysis revealed that the activity of these processes varies across different tissues. One of the still enigmatic phenomenon related to mitochondria is the mitochondrial permeability transition pore. The MPT pore is a megachannel that forms in the outer and inner mitochondrial membranes due to high intracellular calcium concentration, oxidative stress, and other inducers. Opening of the MPT pore leads to organelle swelling as water dissolved ions and osmotically activated molecules enter. This may result in the collapse of the mitochondrial membrane potential, disruption of ion homeostasis, and ultimately mitochondrial membrane damage and cell death. Despite over 70 years of research, the exact molecular structure of the MPT-pore remains unknown. The main challenge lies in identifying the protein components that form the pore in the inner mitochondrial membrane. In addition to regulatory protein of cyclophilin D, mitochondrial inner membrane proteins such as ATP synthase and adenine nucleotide translocator has been considered key pore component. The role of the MPT-pore in diabetes inductions is not straightforward, as diabetes is not a pathology primarily. Driven by rapid cell death, whereas the MPT-pore ultimately leads to cell death. However, the low conduction state of the MPT-pore should not be overlooked. The literature presents conflicting data on the role of the MPT-pore in diabetes. Therefore, in recent years, our research has focused on studying the influence of MPT-pore components modulating on the development of mitochondrial dysfunction in diabetes mellitus and its complication in vitro and in vivo. We aim to determine whether suppressing the MPT-pore could prevent mitochondrial dysfunction and development of diabetes with its manifestation. In the first part of our study, we investigated whether altering the activity of the adenine nucleotide translocator, ANT, could influence mitochondrial dysfunction and diabetes. It is important to note that ANT is not only a key component of MPT-pore, but also a major metabolic hub essential for cellular energetics. This protein has two classical inhibitors, carboxyhydroxylase and bone-glycic acid, which equally block adenine nucleotide transport but differently affect MPT-pore opening. Carboxyhydroxylase activate the pore, while bone-glycic acid inhibits it. We examined how these components affect cell cultures exposed to hyperlipidemia. We examined the effect of these drugs under conditions of chronic exposure of mouse endothelial cells to high concentration of palmitic acid in the form of complexes with bovine serum albumin, which models lipotoxic stress induced cell injury. As is known, hyperlipidemia is conditions accompanied by significant disruption of the function of endothelial cells and resulting in the cell death. We found that palmitic acid caused considerable cell death. Cell death, reducing the number of surviving cells by almost 80% after 6 days of incubation. Pretreatment of cells exposed to these conditions with bone-glycic acid leads to a significant increase in this index. At the same time, carboxyhydroxylase reduces the survival of endothelial cells under dyslipidemia conditions. Palmitic acid lipotoxicity has been proposed to trigger of a number of aberrant pathways associated with oxidative stress. Incubation of endothelial cells with palmitic acid for 48 hours resulted in a significant increase in DCF fluorescence, suggesting the development of oxidative stress due to overproduction of reactive oxygen species. The increase in DCF fluorescence intensity was least pronounced in the presence of pancreatic acid. One can see that there was a tendency for DCF fluorescence to decrease in palmitic acid plus pancreatic acid group compared with palmitic acid group. In the presence of carboxyattractive a significant increase in DCF fluorescence was observed both in normal and hyperlipidemia. The level of DCF fluorescence in the carboxyattractive plus control group plus carboxyattractive and palmitic acid plus carboxyattractive did not differ from that in the palmitic acid group. Palmitate-induced lipotoxicity was accompanied by quenching of fluorescence of the mitochondrial membrane potential probe TMEM, indicating mitochondrial depolarization in mouse, lung, and endothelial cells. The administration of pancreatic acid results in a significant restoration of the membrane potential of mitochondria in endothelial cells exposed to chronic elevation of palmitic acid. The addition of carboxyattractive also partially restored the membrane potential. Pancreatic acid and carboxyattractive are known not only as a ligand for mitochondrial adenine nucleotide translocase, but also as an MPT-4 modulator. As mentioned earlier, pancreatic acid can inhibit the formation of MPT-4 in mitochondria, while carboxyattractive is a co-inducer of the MPT-4. Here we studied the effect of pancreatic acid and carboxyattractive on spontaneous opening of the MPT-4 under palmitic acid-induced lipotoxicity. The analysis of MPT-4 opening was carried out by quenching the fluorescence of calcine loaded into mitochondria in the presence of cobalt ions. It is believed that when the integrity of mitochondrial membrane is disrupted due to the opening of MPT-4, cobalt ions penetrates into the mitochondria, or calcium may lift from the organelle, which leads to quenching of calcium fluorescence. One can see that the fluorescence intensity of calcium in the presence of cobalt ions in endothelial cells exposed to the palmitic acid significantly decreased. This suggests that the spontaneous opening of activity of the MPT-4 in endothelial cells increase under hyperlipidemic conditions. Pre-incubation of endothelial cells with pancreatic acid under conditions of hyperlipidemia results in a significant increase in calcium fluorescence. This indicates that pancreatic acid can inhibit the MPT-4 opening in the inner mitochondrial membranes in endothelial cells under conditions of hyperlipidemic stress. Pre-incubation of endothelial cells with carboxyattractive both under normal and hyperlipidemic conditions caused a decrease in calcium fluorescence compared to the control group. In parallel, there was also a tendency for this indicator to decrease compared to the palmitic acid group. This may be due to the fact that carboxyattractive itself caused a spontaneous opening of the MPT-4. Thus, we found that inhibition of MPT-4 with pancreatic acid leads to partial cell rescue. However, we must always remember that both pancreatic acid and carboxytractylosides are mitochondrial poisons that inhibit nucleotide transport, preventing ATP from appearing in the cytoplasm. Cellular metabolism may switch to glycolysis, which is not a good sign. Moreover, it is known that sufficiently high concentration pancreatic acid kills animals. Nevertheless, pancreatic acid can serve a useful tool for studying the role of the MPT pore in various cellular pathologies. On the no, sorry. On the other hand, more specific MPT pore inhibitors exist. One such inhibitor is alisprovir. It is the non-immunosuppressive analog of cyclosporin A. Under hyperlipidemic conditions, alisprovir restored mitochondrial membrane potential, suppressed reactive oxygen for oxygen species generation, and prevented spontaneous opening of the mitochondrial pores in cells. Both alisprovir and cyclosporin A protected cells from lipotoxicity. It can absorb that Hewlett cells and die by day 8 by day 8 in the presence of palmitic acid. However, in the presence of cyclosporin A or alisprovir, they remained viable for up to 30 days. In the next part of our study, we evaluated the effect of alisprovir on the development of diabetes mellitus in vivo. The experimental scheme is shown here. Mice were randomly divided into 4 groups. Diabetes was induced in group 3 and 4 by high-fat diet feeding for 28 days. Thereafter, mice received intraperitoneal injection of streptozotocin for 5 consecutive days during high-fat diet feeding. Alisprovir was administered to animals in the second and fourth groups for 20 days, starting from the 40th days. As a result of alisprovir administration to diabetic animals, we observed a decrease in blood glucose levels and an increase in glucose utilization rate during the glucose tolerance test. Normalization of heart rate was observed in diabetic semen animals treated with alisprovir. However, this is not so surprising as alisprovir is considered a cardioprotective agent. Alisprovir administration restored the ultrastructure of mitochondria in the left ventricle of the heart. Additionally, we observed the recovery of the respiratory control parameter respiratory control parameter of mitochondria, a decrease in malondialdehyde levels, and increase in calcium rotation capacity, meaning mitochondria became more resistant to MPT pore inductions. Thus, we can conclude that alisprovir not only had an anti-diabetic effect, but also suppressed mitochondrial dysfunction in both in vivo and in vitro experiments. We also found interesting data in the literature related to the suppression of cyclophilin D expression. It was discovered that global suppression of cyclophilin D expression produces effect similar to those of alisprovir. Diabetics mice with cyclophilin D knockout exhibited increased glucose utilization. However, tissues specific suppression of cyclophilin D expression did not have the same effect. Suppression of cyclophilin D in skeletal muscle did not affect glucose utilization in diabetic mice. Conversely, suppression of cyclophilin D in the liver reduced glucose utilization in diabetic mice, exacerbating their diabetic condition. This suggests that cyclophilin D knockout in the pancreatic beta cells may be necessary to protect the organism from insulin resistance. A brief conclusion of our work, mitochondrial dysfunction and oxidative stress are among the central component of diabetes mellitus and its associated pathologies, and correction of mitochondrial dysfunction using mitochondrial pore inhibitors may help normalize mitochondrial function, suppress oxidative stress, and rescue cell and the organisms from the consequences of hyperlipidemia, hyperglycemia, and diabetes mellitus. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Belasovtsov. Could I give you a small editing mark to your topic?
I cannot hear you very well. Maybe Professor Dubinin help me.
I'll try to help.
The concept of my before.
Да.
Did you listen me? Do you listen me?
Шумно очень.
Сейчас помогу. Next speaker, Professor Belasovtsov, could I make синий акт или готов? Не слышите? Make it unmute. No, it does not work from here.
How to mute us? Shall I say now?
Dr. Simon, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Is it audible? Is it audible?
No, they cannot. Not here. Mute.
Unmute.
Is the transmission muted from here?
No. It's unmuted.
It's unmuted. Professor Master, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
He is muted.
That is a technical.
I see, he is muted.
Can you type your message?
Can you give a message? That's the same.
This is
Sir, he'll type. He can send the message.
Sir, I don't think he will help you he will help you in messaging the same. He will help you.
Okay, no problem. Can I? ट्रांसमिशन नहीं हो रहा जा रहा है
सब अनम्यूट असेल समजून घेतला माइक्रोफोन टेक्निकल माइक्रोफोन Can you hear me? Do them against the president?
That is a technical difference. Maybe he's not able to hear us.
Dear colleagues, I can hear you, but the sound is not very good.
Okay, yes, sound is not very good. Well, Andre, let us continue.
I guess it's some technical glitch. Yeah, so sure, thank you. Yeah.
Excellent. In the chat.
Yes.
Now, my privilege to introduce another plenary speaker, Dr. Andre Mamro. On behalf of the organizing committee, I'd like to request Dr. Andre Mamro to kindly come forward. And it's our pleasure for this stage and welcome you to this plenary session. I'd like to request Professor Vidya Srinivasa to kindly felicitate Dr. Mamro. Thank you, please.
Unfortunately, it was not that I don't have some small scars. I have only border, it's another tribal, but now I have a several. А там и сами на одной самости. I don't have this red for white scars. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Can I help you? Dear colleagues, good afternoon. Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dr. Andrei Kakov. I'm senior assistant. Dear colleagues, let me introduce myself. Nice to meet you. I'm senior assistant in Sirius University, and I would like to give you an overview of Northeast of India as a key population genetic history of small self-regression as a topic of my presentation. Northeast India, zone of 7 states, is a key locus for genetic history, culturology research by several research societies. The junction of many conditional protocols in the history of population of software and distant India, such as border between Indian autochthons and Sundalanders. Then I say Sundalanders, and this is what I mean people like Andamans or in Andamans on the Java, the Orangasi in Malacca Peninsula and Manigan in Iraq. Area and Ariet and Philippines. The key position of this area in the zone of spreading and division of Australasiatic people like Montpellier, Khasi and Munda, and unknown history of migration in the area, area, and the key position of separation and division of most stream branch of Tibeto-Burmese people. Of course, about the genesis of Home Kingdom and other states between East India and Indochina.
Of everything else, Northeast India has an exceptional population diversity ever in India. I can read lots of quotes. No problem. If you look at this diagram, you know that only this such part of India much more in the genetic diversity than all other India from Kashmir to Tamil. Therefore, this diagram shows that the population genetic diversity of Northeast India exceeds the rest of. Laser. No problem. This diagram shows that the population genetic diversity in Northwest exceeds the rest of India. But what will surprise you hear more that this is representative. That this huge diversity represented by teeny samples from only Assamese and Bodo people without Karbi, without Dafas, Masa, and the people surrounding the Assam, like Adia, Padani, and others. And despite that samples from the teeny sample from two populations is so huge. And it so this is I shouldn't repeat it again or not? I must
It was for recording.
For recording. I should repeat again for the recording because it's most important information that on the top of Northeast Asia has exceptional population diversity ever within India. This is India in miniature. The diagram shows that the population genetic diversity on the northeast exceeds the rest of India. But what will surprise you have know that it's represented here by teeny samples from only two ethnic population samples from Bodo and from Assamese. In addition to historical and anthropological aspects, forensics and medical maths are important. This need for diagnostics multifactorial polygenetic diseases and for orphan diseases. A more detailed, and I may say, making homage to my previous colleagues, that what I want to say to my previous colleagues, that before a multi-analysis study of Indian population in genetic India discovered previously unknown inheritance diseases, and before genomic Indian project started, the two scholars from the groups of Methodol and Arthur find that in North India was found previously unknown type of diabetes mellitus, but nobody studied the population from South India and Northeast India. Nobody studied yet, including the samples of Indian Genomic Project that started a few years ago. Given the enormous population diversity of Northeast India, one can be sure that the enormous propagation of diagnostic sites require to create genetic panels for tests, for genetic tests It will be important not only forensics, not only for finding orphan diseases, but also for pharmacogenetics too. I say about warfarin president, then some people in Russia have different metabolism answer to the quality of warfarin, and nobody knows what may we find in the situation in northeast Indian population.
Bulgaria.
But I think that Vivekananda University could be placed center of academic and medical policy in Northeast India. But now I should return to the historical aspects in which the history of this region important both for South Asia and East Asia. One year ago I said that India, subcontinent, was one of the first stops of the road on the road to find exit from America. And the first population of India had a relationship with ancestors from indigenous Australians, Melanesians, and especially with the first people who settled Sundalands, such Malaisians, Ongi Andamans, and Philippine Island, and many people from Kra area in South Thailand. The common progenitors of all these tribes settled along the south coast of Asia as a part of the safe migration wave. It seems more reasonable to study in India the tribal group of South India with anthropological features of the ancestral ancient population of Indian subcontinent. No, maybe like Korea, Kuartan, Mutum, Chinchu, and Yoruba. This is a fact. There are reasons to study the population of Northeast India. Significantly here, the border between the ancestors of East Asia, which component is most person has in peoples like Chinchu or Kagais, exist here in some population of Northeast India or East India. The area is close to this area. Therefore, the primary separation of these two group of first humankind, people who migrated from South Road from Africa, exist anywhere. Seven Sisters area, or maybe West Myanmar. Direct evidence about it that Moon and Khasi people have starting components of ancestral ancient suppression, like Panya, Miyar, and Ladan, and Sundalandian, similar with Damans, Rangasi, and others. They exist together within the China, South-Mongolian superstratum, which dominates now the modern population of Mongolian China. And nobody knows what from genetics, but anthropologists know that some people of Nara may have such substratum, among maybe near Angari or group of Nara people, but they are not studied, they deeply study the genetics research, and we don't know about it in any genetic things. The second problem of this region is the localization. There are Austroasiatic people, maybe not, maybe the separation. It is important for localization of Austroasiatic language hunger. So far, legal linguistics and genetics provide a different answer variables. Some thought that it was localized in the Indian subcontinent, something that it localized in South in the China,
but that is always obvious that the initial broadcast prosthetic group divided into three branches, Munda, Khasi, Khmuic, and Montemer, anywhere in northeast India. Since the northeast of India seems to be located, if not is as the homeland of prosthetic, but as a zone of the original finish. And another story that the sisters zone became a crossroads of peoples is a part of Tibetan Burmese people, the Kirati people. They have another East Asian genetic component to them in the China people, and that component that exists in the Munda and Khasi people. I may say that gene pool of Indian Tibetan Burman population is more similar to gene pool of Yunnan people, like Nasi Tutsa and Itzo. Geneticists now know 5 aspects about the genetic history of all Tibetan Burman people. First aspect that the Tibetan Burman peoples was dispersed on different streams. The first was related to the ancestors of Tibetans, Sunlan, Akhya, and other highland dwellers of Himalayas. I may say that nobody studied lecture from Sikkim and from Arunachal Pradesh, but people from Nepal, like Sun, Mustang, and Himachal Pradesh studied, and they developed Tibetans. And the second was related to ancestors of rest other Tibetan Burmese people formed and divided in the area encompassing Yunnan and Northeast India. The second aspect is not important to us, but excuse me, it's not. It is not important for us. We know that both things mixing in my decision of Himalayas and but no, it's maybe it's not important for what I should say about it. And third aspect that we know that genetic dating of the migration to Tibetan Burmese time in India equal to 1,000 years ago are irrelevant. And relative to the data of linguistics and other species. My opinion, like geneticists follow, because this mistake dating the reason is strange assessment that it was obtained from a small sample of people and small number of single nucleotide morphism sites. So, because the triangle of the Indian 760 states, Yunnan and North Myanmar is the key zone of the settlement of the Tibetan Burmese in southern East Asia. Despite nothing is known about, according to the movement of these people by genetic data and the separation of Tibetan Burmese branches in this area. Nothing is known how Vodokachari, Sichin, Nagar, Medhye, Sal, and all of Burmese branches split. The fact that significant part of the diversity of the Tibetan Burman world is located here, like in Yunnan in China. Therefore, certainly the initial separation steps of all Tibetan Burmese people were in Northeast India. Nothing is known about the late Tibetan Burmese people relocation, like resettlements of Vodokachari Mass ancestors and Naga peoples in my village, Old Kuki, meeting Old Kuki and New Kuki in the border of Middle Ages and New Era. And nothing is known about the separation of Bara and Timasa people in Kachari, and the history of 42 clans Sinophones, the swordkeepers clans, and about the origin of the Gori people and the migration of Kachin people. Nobody knows. It's the obscure field in the genetic data. It's certain that the population
history is much more complex than the currently apparent. It's already supported by the data from Chinese genetic studies of Tibetan various people in the United States of China. Non-Tibetan Gothic, Tibetan babies in Vietnam, non-Tibetan Gothic, it's for unrelated Tibetans, sounds and high purpose, show that they form three population subclasses. A complex multilayered population structure has been discovered in South China in January. Besides the story of other societies it's important to understand that there is nothing known by genetic data and how in the area split here, in Brahmaputra area and in east of Tunjapur. In contrast to the splitting of the area and North and South Asia in the second and the first millennia before Common Era, this is entirely dark page. In the past of East Hindustan area. In the zone of the area excuse me. In the zone of the areas in the mountain, some consists of the connection between the Indian population here of course existed. This process should have entered in the time of new stage, then Kamaru kingdom fell apart, and on its route appears Kamata, Charicha, Chicha, and Jantia kingdoms. Everybody knows in this place that they rather were the political elite of the Tibetan Burman peoples, all castes like Jantia. Among other populations, Tibetan Burmans live here. Despite these states were subjected to the Sanskritization and Indianization, migrated their caste systems and orientated their social and spiritual culture toward Indian models, forming a part of Great India. This part of the Seven Sisters was not like in China, whose Hindu land or Indonesia. This is west part of Great India. And indeed, the problem was the rise of these kingdoms connected to some kind of migration of Tibetan Burmans from the mountains to the plains, and a shift in the population landscape toward China. We don't know were these groups as a minority and assimilated, or maybe they make some reconstruction of previous Jingu landscape. Let me give you an important example from our country, and I may give the homage to my colleagues from Ireland. As it well known before the rise of Muslims, Finno-Ugric peoples lived in the North Russian plain. No, they live Finno-Ugric people in Russia, in Northeast Russia is like maybe around the Burmese and Khasi people in this part of India. Some of them still exist today. No, for example, some of them, like Miriam, is Mishora, Noma, dissolved into the Russian Cossack in old Rus time. And what should I say? I can't. Should I say that in the first millennium, in the second millennium, after the rise of Slavic to the area, the Slavs coexist with the Finno-Ugric inhabitants of the Volga or Caucasus Fluid in the 10th and 13th age in Old Russia. And Finno-Ugric lived in Meriastan and Laos. And the new genetic started from the Volga interview show that after they coexist 3 centuries before Mongol times. And after Mongol conquest, This Slavs absorb the residual population within the population, and the distance of Slavic population contribute maybe 3/4 of gene pool, and the distance of Finno-Ugric people can contribute 1/4 of gene pool. This led to removal of northern Russian in this region, away from Belarusians and Ukrainians, and conversion toward the Mari people. I think this example is most important for understanding how landscape may changing or may not changing in our situation with interconnection between indirect and integrated diverse people in Brahma, Basin and surrounding area. Can you check it?
Saya sudah awas. Aku itu sah. Next slide ulang.
Yes, this slide. This is genetic status of Peltola and Andrei Makarov of the Institute of Russian Archaeology. They studied what this is intermixing between Finno-Ugric and Slavic people in the Volga-Balkan country. Check it. It's important. I may say, then I speak the Volga-Balkan, I want you to understand that this is very effective for Russia, especially the ancestors of all these Slavs, especially for the Russians. Comparing with India, I may say that maybe have analogies with Bihar, for example. So here it is. Okay, I should return into India, and I may say that the second page in Indian history is the migration of Dayak people. That which story link together the history of South and East and Southeast Asia, because the migration of Dayak peoples connected the inheritance of people with Shan kingdom, like Mao, for example, and the Akon kingdom was initially the vassal of Mao, and it became strong. Then Mao was destroyed after by town people and mid Chinese brothers. And the organization of Brahmaputra, which with the integration of the Thai population in the first of the solution of the newcomers among the local indirects considered purpose, for example, Chutias, represent the complex population of that would be good to restore. Late migration people, like from Shanghai, which bring new masses of incomes from Shanghai, who is now state ancestors of Hamti, I forget, and other small minorities is not reflected in any way genetic or phylogenetic studies too. It's important to consider the following to solve this problem. There's the first problem. There are certain large samples are small, sometimes only magnets. While in native forests of China, they are significant. Complete lack of representation of phylogenetics and archaeogenic style, despite in neighboring tropical liquid regions of Indochina and Indonesia, ancient DNA is already available. There are opportunities for this that we may find in the great ancient DNA samples here, that the old tropical ancient DNA samples which are found in the medium or formation of tropical zone they are yet from mountains or cities. And in such cases, from domination in China, we have similar situation. We may not find it, but here we can be. Therefore, and of course, we have the Greeks in
record a presentation.
And of course, the political problem, one necessity in the state of several systems, and so groups that receive permission will be corrected. And like, yeah, I may say that this studies of India may rise the following one of the Soviet Indian anthropological expeditions in the 20th century, which was made with Mahalanobis about whom Alexander Alexandrovich said, and it made return for great prestige in science. It's important that the history teachings of India were not followed by the Soviet Indian anthropological expedition at all. And now there is an opportunity to follow them using the methods of genetics and phylogenetics. I would like to finish my speech by passing the several main points. Not least India is India in miniature, which requires urgent study. The population history of Indians, Tibetans, and Thai people remains obscure. It should be unfurled. Moreover, while any view and any in the history of the regions, population remain obscure. Unlike mainland India and neighboring areas in South China, unlike mainland India and neighboring areas in South China, Northeast India is minimally represented in any genomic projects, including the Indian Genomic National Project. The value, necessity, and prospects of such research are enormous. Thank you for your attention.
Online doctor नाम we would like to know any member of the audience has any question for the speaker. This time when you get give your questions to the speaker, he will be happy to answer it. Otherwise, we would like to follow up the session and then proceed for the next chapter of the evening.
It's not a question, right? It's a proposal. I think many forces to make International University the center for this prestigious study. Yes.
That would be one.
Is that right?
Yes, it's right. Moreover, I should show, excuse me, I should look here what making Chinese researchers. They studied all Tini minorities in Yunnan, Sichuan, Guangzhou, and Tibet, on everywhere. And they have great science. And they print too much papers in ancient science, and everything is interesting. Moreover, they try to study the ancient DNA. In India, they start the great project, International Genomic Project. But I don't know why they can't enroll and sample for this region despite excuse me, I can't check it. Despite Despite this huge diversity, is greater than in India. and nothing studied here. I think to catch his fat piece, he will be king of any South Asia, Southeast Asia, and East Asia. And I think the best situation will be if your university make this case.
Certainly, certainly. Anyone else has any question or any suggestion for the speaker? Okay. I assume there are no questions, so we may proceed for the next chapter of the event. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have a little bit of speakers. Who has joined us here. Thank you for your good time and insights. And I'm sure.
Already assessed that.
I'd now like to hand over the stage to the next MC, Dr. Kritisha, who will take you to the next session. Thank you.
Yeah, and to those joining us online, I am Dr. Kritisha from Department of English and Foreign Languages, and it is my privilege to welcome you to the third and the final plenary session of this international conference titled Bridging Sacred Wisdom and Scientific Vision, Re-envisioning Knowledge Discourse from Global Perspectives with Emphasis on the Indian Knowledge System. This plenary session focuses on the topic, the human quest for meaning, from ancient wisdom to modern understanding. This final plenary brings together diverse perspectives that bridges ancient wisdom, contemporary social thought, and experiential knowledge systems, offering us rich insights into how meaning is constructed, negotiated, and lived in today's world. The session will be moderated by Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Vorkapati. So today's plenary features three distinguished speakers. Two of our speakers are joining us online, and we warmly welcome them to this session. Our first speaker joining us online is Mr. Om. Hello. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Hello, sir. Who will speak on We Have the Choice, Bridging Sacred Wisdom and Scientific Vision through Human-Centered, Strength-Based and Collaborative Knowledge Systems. Following this, our second online speaker is Professor V. Krishna Anand, will present his talk titled Rereading Focus Knowledge Power, Indigenous Knowledges and Indian Traditions. We will then have our third speaker, Dr. Aditya Kakoti, who will speak on epistemologies of energy healing, unsettling sociological debates through pranic healing practice. Before that, let me introduce our speakers for this plenary. Mr. Dugal is a thought leader passionate about helping individuals and organizations explore and utilize their full potential through a strength-based approach, SBA, having faced and overcome hardships through his own life experiences, including having to leave everything behind and flee his home country, Bhutan. His philosophy and life is to come outwiser through every challenge rather than remain vocal. He has been invited to speak on national and international stages, mentor individuals, served on different boards and consulted with all levels of government, non-profits and large multinational corporations. So as passionate humanitarian, Mr. Dungal currently spends 50% of his time in paid work and another 50% in volunteering, which we have, and it is with great honor that I am inviting to our plenary session Professor B. Krishna Anand, who is also joining us online. Professor of History and Dean of School of Social Sciences at Sikkim University. Professor Anand is a rare intellectual who has bridged academia, journalism, legal practice, and public scholarship. He holds a PhD from Center of Physical Studies at Jawaharlal Nehru University, where his dissertation examined the working class and the Indian national movement. Before joining Sikkim University in 2012, he spent 13 years as a political correspondent and editorial voice at the Hindu, one of India's most respected newspapers, and continues to practice law before the Madras High Court, specializing in constitutional right and human rights litigation. Professor Anand is the author of 4 monographs, including the Indian Constitution and Social Revolution, Right to Property since Independence and Between Freedom and Non-Freedom. The press in independent India, and he regularly appears in peer-reviewed journals and major publications. His unique positioning as historian, journalist, legal scholar, and public intellectual enables him to illuminate how contemporary conflicts are rooted in India's foundational choices and how those choices continue to shape our democratic possibilities. Professor Anand, we welcome you and look forward to your opening remarks. We have with us today Dr. Aditya Kiran Kaputi. Dr. Aditya Kiran Kaputi is a lecturer at the University of Cronian Faculty. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Yeah, little technical. Yeah, Faculty of Religion and Religion, Culture and Society, specializing in borderlands, World War II history, and indigenous Nanga studies with a focus on the Hindu-Burma frontiers, often using anthropological lenses. Originally from Assam, India, he holds a PhD from the Graduate Institute, Geneva, and has held fellowship at institutions like SOAS, IIAS, and Princeton, publishing on infrastructural anxieties, post-colonial states, and cultural practice in the Eastern Himalayas. I would request Chairperson. I would request you to please take your seats. I would request our teacher coordinator to demonstrate some. Now I would like for this session, as I have already mentioned, is Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Borkoti, who is an English scholar, author, and economist known for his extensive research on Srimanta Sampradaya, medical studies, literature, and Hongkong culture, promoting Hongkong philosophy globally through books and digital platforms like his website Ajay. He's a JNU graduate with a background in physics and economics. He's a pioneer of SME's new novel style. A founding member of Constitution Brigade and an expert member of our Ecosmos, focusing on preserving intangible heritage. This session will be moderated by Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, whom I am now invited to take charge of this proceeding. Over to you, sir. And I welcome all the speakers. As a host, I welcome all the speakers, the online speakers as well as offline speakers. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Since we are running behind schedule, so I request participants to restrict to 15 minutes time. So first, I invite October to give this presentation. Okay. Please unmute yourself. You are on.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Now can you hear me?
Thank you. This is deeply personal to me as I speak to you today through the screen. From Australia to Guwahati. I was born and raised not far from where you are sitting in the conference room right now. I grew up in a remote village in Bhutan, without electricity, running water, and without the slightest dream that one day I would be part of a global conversation on knowledge, wisdom, and society. If my Catholic headmaster had told me that one day I would be speaking to scholars in India from down under, I would have never believed him. And yet, here we are. Knowledge travels, borders shift, lives change, but our shared humanity remains. And that's why I want to begin today with a very simple idea. We have a choice. Thank you for holding this space and for inviting me into this conversation. Thank you, Dr. Preeti Sharma, for the warm introduction. And I also want to acknowledge the chairperson of this session, Dr. Sanjeev Burkakati. Also acknowledge and thank the Girijananda Chowdhury University and the organizers and partners of this conference for bringing together scholars and participants from different parts of the world to explore how sacred wisdom and scientific vision can speak to each other. Also want to acknowledge all of you, those of you in the room and those joining online across time zones and disciplines. Thank you for your willingness to share your wisdom. Living in Australia, I feel truly honored to be part of this oldest indigenous culture dating back over 65,000 years of wisdom, resilience, and connection to this land. And I pay my respects to the elders, past and present. Now with that, let me briefly explain how I'll approach this conversation today. What I'll share today is not an academic paper. It does not come from a disciplinary or a content expertise. What I will share today comes from context expertise, knowledge shaped by lived experience and community practice, but offered alongside academic and scientific perspectives as part of a shared conversation. My message today is very simple. We have a choice. We have a choice in how we see each other. We have a choice in how we define knowledge. And we have a choice in how we respond to the challenges facing our communities and the world at large. Now, in many traditions, including the Indian knowledge system, knowledge was never separated from wisdom, ethics, or lived experience. Knowing was always relational. It was always connected to being human. But somewhere along the way, we fragmented knowledge into silos, into disciplines, sectors, and categories. And with that, fragmentation came division. I learned this the hard way, not from textbooks, but from experience. In the early 1990s, my family and over 100,000 citizens were forced to flee Bhutan due to an ethnic cleansing policy. We became refugees in Nepal. When we became refugees in Nepal, we lost everything. So we thought. But something remarkable happened in those refugee camps. We soon realized that we hadn't lost the capacity to love and care for each other. In those refugee camps, we did not ask each other about our identity, ideology, or affiliation. We asked very simple questions. Have you eaten today? Is your child well? How can I help? Doctors and nurses who had fled the country started taking care of the sick, the elderly, and the children. Teachers started tree schools. And I often get asked, what's tree schools? They were simply classes run under trees before huts were built. Carpenters and masons helped in constructing huts, and everybody pitched in whatever way they could. We couldn't really apply for funding as we do here in Australia. Rather, we had to look at what's available within the community. Who can do what? Build relationships and help each other. Now, what I witnessed in the camps was not chaos. It was an informal but deeply intelligent knowledge system, grounded in compassion, interdependence, and shared humanity. It reminded me of something very simple. Our shared humanity comes naturally. It is already here. But division is something we pick up along the way. And even here, we have a choice. We have a choice to whether we organize knowledge around differences and power or around shared humanity. Before I go any further, I'd like to pause for a moment. Now, whether you are in the room in Guwahati or joining online, I'm going to ask you to do something very simple. No need to speak or to type. Just reflect. Now, think of a moment when your community faced something really difficult, a crisis, a loss, or a time of uncertainty. Now ask yourself, what strength helped people hold together? I'll repeat that. Ask yourself, what strength helped people hold together? Not what was missing, but what showed up. If you're in the room and feel comfortable, just raise your hand if something came to mind. Thank you. If you're online, just hold that thought with you. What you just reflected on, that strength, that is common ground. It exists in every culture, every country, every community. And when we start there, something shifts. People stop being seen as problems to be fixed, and they start being recognized as partners in shaping the future together. Now, everything I want to share with you today grows from this simple shift, starting with what's strong and building together from there. Which brings me to the second choice. What we see today whether in policy, research, or development, it is predominantly a top-down, need-based approach. It always begins with deficits, looking at what communities lack, what's broken, and what needs fixing. Now, in the refugee camps, that way of thinking would have overwhelmed us, and we would have been totally paralyzed. And for sure, we would not be seeing the successful resettlement of over 100,000 refugees in 8 different countries, including Australia. So we asked a very different question. What do we already have? What skills exist here? And what can we build with what's already present? And that was a paradigm shift and changed everything. When people are seen only through their needs, they become passive. They become dependent on services, if any services are available at all. But when we see and focus on their strengths, they engage and become active contributors. Now, this idea is not new. In Indian philosophy, we begin with wholeness, not with what's missing. The starting point is completeness, not deficiency. Now, when universities, governments, or institutions engage communities only to carry out need analysis, they are extracting knowledge. On the other hand, when they recognize strengths, they are co-creating knowledge. Again, we have a choice. This brings me to the third choice, which is about how we work. The challenges our communities face today are complex and multidimensional. Whether you talk about pandemics, climate change, migration, or inequality, they don't fit neatly into any discipline or sectors. And no single system or individuals can solve them alone. Not even Elon Musk with his massive wealth. Now, during COVID-19, I worked closely with highly diverse communities in Australia, where scientific knowledge and public health advice was quite clear under the circumstances we were in. But information alone was not enough. Trust was the missing link. To provide context to what I'm talking about, I live in Blacktown in Western Sydney. Blacktown is the largest local government area in New South Wales, and with over 430,000 residents. With people from 188 countries of earth speaking 182 languages, it's one of the most culturally diverse local government areas in Australia. So to get any message through across such a diverse community is not easy, to say the least. And the physical restriction of this physical movement made things all the more challenging. Now, in response to this, community leaders came together. But we came together over Zoom, of course. And we started a door knock of a different kind. It was a virtual door knock, which involved calling 10 people in your network, asking about their well-being, and stressing 3 key messages. Follow the lockdown rules, get vaccinated, and get tested if any symptoms. Each of those 10 people were in turn asked to call 10 other people and do the same. Sounds familiar? Yes, it was a pyramid scheme. It was a pyramid scheme not to make money, but to save lives. While we worked together across communities, we were able to reach deep into each of our communities in the language they spoke and understood, and through people they knew and trusted. We became bridges. We became bridges between science and society, between policy and people. Our work in the community also showed that trust does not travel through systems. It travels through relationships. What this experience brought home for me is something we have long known, but often overlooked. Our challenges are connected, and so must be our responses. Collaboration isn't a choice, it is a necessity. In closing, I want to return to where I began. Today, I'm speaking from Australia, and most of you are listening from Guwahati, not far from Bhutan, where my life began. The distance between us is measured in kilometers or miles. But the distance that truly matters is the one between how we know and how we live. Knowledge will continue to travel. Borders will continue to shift. Lives will continue to change. The question is whether our humanity will travel with them. We have a choice. We have a choice to hold knowledge in fragments or to connect it into something meaningful. We have a choice to lead from deficit and reinforce dependency, or to lead from strengths and enable contribution. We have a choice to work alone in silos, or to collaborate in service of the common good. My hope is that conversations like this, grounded in sacred wisdom, scientific vision, and lived experience, help us to choose integration over fragmentation and humanity over division. Thank you for listening and for being part of the shared journey. Thank you.
Thank you. You have explained that there was a choice. Instead of using knowledge for power, we should use knowledge for making the society better. Thank you. Now, I request the next speaker will come back to you at the end of the session. If it's going from the
Thank you.
Now the next speaker is Professor V. Krishna Anand. Is Professor Anand online? Yeah, please unmute yourself. Professor Anand, please.
Connected. Another moment. Another moment. No. Please connect.
Professor Anand, you can start your lecture.
Disconnect.
Disconnected, it seems. Maybe you joined the link.
Next.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Am I audible? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me at the outset thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share some thoughts, particularly on an important subject that affects and that is something that is bothering us all. So the topic of my brief presentation today is rereading Foucault's knowledge power, indigenous knowledges, and Indian traditions. In fact, I'm not too sure if I should actually sort of, be pedantic with an audience like this, but nevertheless, let me just say that, Foucault in recent times has been a scholar who had tried to sort of, elaborate and understand how a certain state machinery operates, and it actually sort of takes the people in under its fold. The very classical understanding has always been that the state is a repressive machinery. It actually sort of controls the people by way of oppressing them and so on and so forth. But somewhere beyond the 1940s and the 50s, a certain kind of a thinking gathered a lot of momentum, saying that the state does not obtain consent only by way of repression. On the contrary, consent is obtained by way of an ideological system wherein the people begin to sort of, fall in place as if they're following the system that is sort of, imposed upon them on their own volition. Round about in 1972, Foucault comes out with one of these texts called The Archaeology of Knowledge, which is where, and let me very clearly sort of, add a caveat that Foucault essentially was talking about the Western society, which was perfectly, what falls under the classical definition of a modern society. And in some sense, like, it's not really advisable to invoke Foucault anything and everywhere. Nevertheless, particularly in the Indian condition, which I would say is somewhere between the, it's not even reached the perfect sense of modernity in many sense of the term. But having said that, Foucault's knowledge power becomes a very important concept in order to understand some of these things that are now in our discourse, and most importantly, what is called the indigenous knowledge systems or the indigenous knowledge tradition and so on and so forth, which is what this conference is on. So, uh, let me sort of add make a few very qualifying statements. One is indigenous knowledge is not necessarily specific to a region. Indigenous knowledge is not necessarily something that belongs to a nation. Indigenous knowledge, again, is not something that belongs to a very specific point in time. And what comes to our mind very, very often when we say that indigenous knowledge is about something that happened in ancient society. Indigenous knowledge is not necessarily ancient in terms of time. Indigenous knowledge is not necessarily restricted to one particular part of the world. On the contrary, in fact, Amitav Ghosh actually looks at how the Latin American people, yeah, who were sort of colonized and put down and so on and so forth, particularly after the modernity in Europe came into place. The Latin American people had a very wonderful way of conserving nature. In a sense, their whole understanding was that nature has to be looked at, to be lived with, rather than actually confronting or putting down, or what do you call conquering nature. In fact, one thing that happened with modernity, and that's where Amitav Ghosh, I think, is very important in our own contemporary times, when he's talking about how, for instance, a spice called the nutmeg, it existed in Indonesian islands, how a lot of such knowledge and essentially what do you call things to do with nature all over the place, and human society did actually use such products. Spices were not used. It's not as if that spices were used only about the coming of modernity. Spices were used long before civilization, long before modernity, and what actually sort of Ghosh brings out here is that it was the system of imperialism, that is when capitalism develops in Europe and subsequently colonizes the rest of the world. Such products of nature, or rather nature itself, becomes a means to commoditization and a means to wealth. And that is where the indigenous knowledge with regard to nature, that is to live in communion with nature, gets completely sort of destroyed, and what comes into place is more and more exploitation of the nature. So it is keeping this in mind that we need to sort of approach the concept of indigenous knowledge. And I'm making this point here because today we live in times when we are told that anything and everything that is good existed in ancient India, and whatever happened, that is with the coming of the Europeans, or with the coming of modernity, everything that was great about ancient India got destroyed. Well, I think, it is not about the West. It is about the system called capitalism, which necessarily leads to colonialism, because capitalism cannot survive without without colonial exploitation. And it is this particular dimension, not because something knowledge came from the West, because I think let's take it this way. I think none of us here are unfamiliar with something called the JCB. The JCB, that is something that is used to move earth. The mountains get destroyed, what do you call, plain lands, the mines get actually exploited, and so on and so forth. Now, if we look at the JCB, I think, I can show you my hand. It is just a larger version of a shovel or a spade that people used to use, or for that matter, any one of us as children might have actually used our fingers in this manner, to dig some soil, or while playing or something like that. The JCB is essentially a technological innovation which uses this idea that something can be removed and moved. Soil can be moved by way of this. So if we actually look at the JCB, it actually looks like a large giant hand, what I would call the Asura. Now, So knowledge as such was indigenous and it was there in every society. And that is where we need to keep in mind that it is not very specific to ancient India or ancient Greece or ancient Rome or any other society in ancient times. So having said that, it is also important that, we need not translate or, we should not actually get into this whole business of thinking that everything that we do today has something to do. And I mean, we were doing it in the ancient past because there is a certain ideology that goes behind saying that, I mean, India in ancient times was a great place where there was absolutely no problem, and whatever happened, it happened somewhere about when foreigners came into India. Now, the point here is India was not as ancient, and that is the crux of what I want to sort of, drive hard today in this brief lecture, and that is knowledge or any of these knowledge systems that we talk about, whether it is actually to medicine, whether it is education and all, was also something that was restricted. Access to knowledge was terribly restricted to a certain kind of people in ancient India. And that is, I'm talking about the caste discrimination that prevailed. So whenever we talk about, I mean, let me take the example, let's say, of ancient medicine or traditional Indian medicine like Ayurveda and so many other systems. The problem with that system, I mean, it's not existing now. In fact, knowledge has been universalized today. In fact, anybody who to become an Ayurveda doctor, if I am not wrong, should also go through the process of NEET. That is, they have to enroll themselves. There is a certain number of years they have to spend in college where they have to study physics, chemistry, and so on and so forth, and biology before they actually become a doctor. And it is as rigorous, the kind of studies are as rigorous as you call for any MBBS, and they're awarded a certain degree which makes them eligible to practice as doctors. But this incidentally was not the case, let us say, in ancient times. Knowledge of medicine. I think, we all will be familiar with Charak. Knowledge of medicine, or for that matter, any knowledge was based on a limited access, and access was restricted to members belonging to a certain caste. So knowledge of medicine in the Ayurveda system, that is in the long tradition, was not a universalized kind of a system, and something could not get universalized. For instance, I think, if I mean today, like for instance, when I spoke about Foucault and the book that he wrote in 1972, that is the Archaeology of Knowledge, what we meant, I mean, it is possible for any one of us to access Foucault. I'm sure, like, any one of you sitting there in the hall might actually be able to sort of, access to Foucault on your mobile phones right away. Now, this kind of an access was not there. And one thing that actually made this kind of an access possible was the coming of the print technology, or what Benedict Anderson would call print capitalism. So knowledge becomes universalized, standardized only in terms of modernity. And that is where we need to understand indigenous knowledge system or ancient knowledge or traditional knowledge or conventional wisdom and so on and so forth as something that could actually be democratized only in modern times. So when we are talking about the knowledge system in ancient India, there were knowledge systems in medicine, which is not once again restricted only to India. Ancient society everywhere had their own system of medicine, their own system of surgery, their own system of sort of in a healing process, and their own system of treating the dead body, or their own system of understanding or coming to terms with what is edible and what is not edible, and so on and so forth, processing food and all those things. What is very important for us now is to ensure that this kind of a knowledge system is not left to either rot or completely get destroyed in the onslaught of modernity, or at the same time also ensure that this kind of a knowledge system does not remain the preserve of a social or an economic elite. And that is where we need to sort of we need to get going when we are actually looking at some of these systems. And so indigenous knowledge system was something very great. It is not necessary to pit modernity as something that has destroyed or that has come to destroy or threatens to destroy the indigenous knowledge systems. No, in fact, one example is in the field of medicine, that whatever was traditional knowledge, whatever was indigenous, has now been taken in by the society and what I will call systematized and democratized. It is possible for members who belong to any particular religion or cutting across religion or cutting across caste and cutting across class lines to become an Ayurveda doctor or a Unani medicine practitioner or anything. What is necessary for them is to go through the rigmarole of taking an entrance exam, preparing for it, understanding chemistry and understanding physics and biology and anatomy and so on and so forth. So, in a sense, it is not necessary, because this is something that exists among us in the larger post-colonial framework. We tend to think that we need to sort of dismiss everything that is from the past as something backward looking and reactionary. I am not in fact, let me insist, I am not holding a brief for babas or faith healers and so on and so forth. They are not actually sort of into this whole business of universalizing or democratizing knowledge. What I mean to say here is that it is necessary for us to treat indigenous knowledge system as having their own limitations in terms of access and having suffered discrimination based on caste and so on and so forth. And from there, we need to sort of look at democratizing society, and this again has to be an essential and an integral part of democratizing the indigenous knowledge systems. And that is what I thought reading or rereading of Foucault's knowledge power would help us understand what we are talking about at this conference. Thank you very much once again. I wish the conference all success and comment, congratulate and salute the organizers for having picked up such a very important theme, and that too sort of picked it up involving delegates from across the world. Thank you very much. I'm not able to hear anything. Maybe the audio there is muted.
We can see that the audio is muted.
Yeah, so I'm saying that I leave behind my acknowledged hat today because I want to speak to you first as a pranic healer. Because although I am an anthropologist, I will connect these two issues and see how they can work together. Now, pranic healing is a low-touch energy healing practice, which is similar to Reiki, which you might have heard of. So I do this because I want to see the possibilities for broadening and recognizing the epistemological frameworks with academic estimates and biomedicine are main aspects, as also Dr. Mohan was speaking. To address this quite a challenging task, especially for academics, because often I find that academics are the people who are the most irrationally invested in rational. So the sociology of religion is a field is marked by critical engagement with what is called spiritual and feeling religions. Many have been moving beyond these old classes of secularization debates. So there is a greater pluralism within institutions of beliefs and practices that do not fit only within institutional religion. But this recognition is evident in the use of terms like New Age or alternative spiritualities. But still, these terms do not really actually put these practices on the same pedestal as formal institutional religion. So it means that it marginalizes certain practices like energy healing as being unserious, irrational, or as social constructs. Similarly, in relation to bioethics too, healing will be seen in a similar light. So it's a mind to healing. So here I draw from the work position as both a scholar and practitioner of pranic healing to explore how energy healing challenges dominant epistemologies of health and knowledge. Specifically, I would argue that practices like pranic healing offer us opportunities to relate the epistemological and knowledge boundaries between religious spirituality and health and science. So within the broader sociological literature, which I'll go through a little bit quickly, efforts to understand spiritual practices outside church in the past often resort to using labels like cult or New Age and some other forms of language that basically does not give them the same equal position, as I mentioned earlier. Recent approaches in something called lived religion also try to focus attention on what actually people do when they're practicing religion or spiritual, broadly understood as spiritual practices. And then they also pay attention to people's emotions, affective states, and bodily practices. Yet, there is quite a blind spot when it comes to the spirituality, and particularly the issue of belief, because of course we assume that if we talk about any kind of faith practice, there has to be something to believe in. Now, in anthropological literature, there is one example that is talked by somebody called Michael Kearney, who was basically a person who been working in Mexico. He was an anthropologist, serious anthropologist. And he was dismissed of practices like witchcraft, right, as a practice with any scientific basis, and saw it as a purely social phenomenon. Now, witchcraft also gave evidence on. However, he somehow got involved in the dispute between two powerful shamans or witches. And one day he woke up with these very good soul on his arm. We basically found out was a result of a spell that cast on him. And this made him really rethink his own experience. Right? So he had to deal with this test. Okay, how did this happen to me? So, anthropologists and ethnographers try to take people beliefs more seriously today. But the analytical framework still cannot account for how something like verses of healing operate, even when it is observed. So the anthropologists can see the real happening, but they cannot really understand how that's happening. Other anthropologists like Thomas Roberts contributes basically by saying that, well, as I said, the experience of healing practices can be seen and understood, but they still cannot be understood in terms of how the healing actually occurs and how people actually are healed and people suffering. Some explanations, like Van and others, basically critique the idea that when this explanation is not possible for anthropologists or other scholars, they basically use something called the idea of placebo. Right? Placebo meaning that they try to think of it as a body's response to very strong stimuli. And they then think of the issue of belief, because placebo means that you think that something is working for you, that's why you get belief. Right? That's the fundamental assumption. Again, I think this is fairly erroneous. And I will give the example of pranic healing as a healer to explain it. So, in my understanding of this, actually, belief is not really requisite for healing. Only openness or trust in the process. Of course, if you decide that you don't want to be healed, there's no way I as a healer will be able to heal. But it does not require one to be healed in the practices to be healed. So pranic healing, as I mentioned, is modern form was developed by Grandmaster Choco State in the Philippines
in 1980s, basically. And it's used a lot of older knowledge, including PV. And it's a no-touch energy system, unlike PV, which is designed to be more methodical and accessible. So it means that anyone can do this. And it also has been improved in certain ways in terms of techniques, compared to maybe because I have learned maybe long time ago. And I see that basically it's more suited to modern way lifestyle. Now the idea of how it works is that it uses prana, as we say, or life force, which is also called by different names in different places and languages. Right? So it's called chi, ki, raj, prana, etc. At the most basic level, practitioners learn how to manipulate life force to clean, energize, and basically balance the plasma or energy body. This is possible using hand gestures and intention. So from a quantum mechanics point of view, it operates on the principle that, well, quantum mechanics, as we explained in the second while, it operates on the principle that energy can be manipulated by intention. The fact that anti-distance of physics constant already points to the epistemological reality of needing to use intelligible scientific frameworks. In other words, in order to explain healing, I have to use quantum mechanics or justify or legitimize my explanation of healing using physics concept. Whereas actually, perhaps quantum mechanics is the closest to understanding this epistemology, but it is still not enough. So basically, using certain form of healing, like prana healing, as I mentioned, there is the need to believe necessary in the system. And even as a healer, one can follow every textbook approach, step-by-step healing protocols that have been developed with a lot of experimentation. But prana healing is not coming out of vacuum. It has been researched and developed from a rich lineage of healing traditions, including Buddhism, Tantra yoga is which again coming from being in the sun, is particularly significant for us, and other practices across different cultures, taking the best, let's say, best practices from different things and experimenting with them. So it has made me consider or think about, in more comparative terms, about the fundamental principles of reality and healing, because across cultures, techniques may be different, but there should be something that is more fundamental to the laws of healing, which must be at play for all healing across the world. I also find that healing traditions like Ayurveda healing often must rely on religious and spiritual programming, and some metaphysical concepts that are described broadly as spiritual today. This points to the limits of explaining aspects of reality beyond the grasp of most European and American science. This again goes back to issue of physics. So what makes pranic healing suitable for modern life is efficiency and empirical grounding. Right? So I have learned to try experiments, things have worked and things sometimes don't. And there are many protocols which are there, and one has to also have to be creative sometimes. But these protocols basically all work on the fundamental principles basically that rely on, as I will show you, this is the energy anatomy of the human body. With training in consistent practice, basically anyone can learn to apply, much like we learn how to cook or drive or any other essential life skills. So I think that it can be something that everybody can, should learn with us, like we do with those other skills here. I also find it very practical because it is newer and well researched. So it is shorter in terms of time, and we all live in a very modern day lifestyle where we don't see that much time for all the things perhaps that we want to do. So this, I find, fits in very well with my lifestyle as an academic. Now to explain how healing works, basically, as I mentioned, it involves cleaning the affected energy centers of the chakras, which I showed you in the previous slide. So these are different energy centers in the body, and there are many more, but these are the main ones that we try to work with. And these are basic points through which energy flows in the body. So think of them as little pumps in which energy is flowing. As long as the flow of energy is balanced, we are fine. The moment it is not, then we experience physical and problems. So it works on certain ideas that once we clean the affected or dirty energy, basically the body actually regenerates and cleans itself because it's been designed like this.
This system also includes some of the planning psychotherapy in more advanced stages, which also addresses not only wisdom, but also emotional and psychological states. For example, analysis, therapy, and so on, which again, being in the kind of university setup, most of us have probably rolled into it. And it helps us to basically also further heal relationships, financial issues, and even the past in higher levels. But anyway, that's definitely in the physical sense for now. And I don't think that the chronic pain is a substitute for any kind of pathology or any other consequence. It is a complementary system that offers a more holistic approach to understanding why, in the first place, or how certain diseases happen. This combination of using energy alongside biological treatment offers, I think, the best outcomes. Yet, despite its structure and efficiency, practices like this continue to face systemic resistance. It is often qualified as spiritual, alternative, or other things that basically disqualifies the honesty in dominant discourse. This is the existential challenge, and both as a scholar and healing. So in the podcast in 2023, when we call Global Health Matters, it's a program that unites different we insert blocks as well. So if you're interested in content, this blog of this research means to you is to contact me, and I'm happy to work with your teacher or your mentor with this talk. But basically, the idea was that my host used the idea of cultural healing. Cultural healing. But I kind of question that, instead argue that, well, labeling something as cultural reinforces the hierarchy of knowledge, as we also heard in the previous talk. It positions Northwestern epistemics as secondary to higher sciences, which is still seen as the gold standard within the global level discourse. By calling it culture, is also of communal culture, and that is not based on principles of reality. So as a healer, I learned that healing is based on such principles of reality and evolution, and it is not only cultural. Of course, practices and discourse may be socially contextual and embedded in certain situations that are social or cultural, but that doesn't mean that the fundamental basis for the thing is cultural. Techniques may differ, but not the core principles that makes it work. So effective healing, especially energy healing, like pranic healing or Reiki, are not reliant on social conditions, but actually based on a deep understanding of fundamental knowledge systems that have existed for long time. Using intellectual tools as an anthropologist, we can understand healing from a social cultural situation. But where the anthropologist's lens reaches its limits is when it's confronted with a situation where healing is unheard, but we are unable to understand how or why it happened. So here, as a leader, I can offer what I think that has helped me to be both, because there I can, when the anthropologist talks, I find that it's possible to see and study the dynamics of actually living beyond social problems. And as an anthropologist and leader, it is apparent to me that healing is not only related to embodied experiences, nor is it restricted to belief. So I see that there is a particular interface between experiential spiritual epistemologies and dominant mental scientific wisdom. Finally, I hereby invite others to join this journey in your own way, but not only to study healing from distance, but to participate in it in various capacities. Because healing is not just about curing disease alone, it is by sense, and it includes a non-human energy towards. Healing is about restoring balance, reclaiming wisdom, and reconnecting with what needs to be human, and a resonance in this planet and the cosmos. I'll conclude here with my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, you had a very nice presentation.
Thank you.
It's a deep moment for the global community. request the audience engage equally to all the participants. Please.
It was actually very interesting to know about healing, whereas and thank you for such an interesting session. I missed some, but I would like to ask you if I, as a layman, start healing, what are the areas and where should I start from? Like this is a very a question which I don't know how much it is related to it, but because you are speaking on healing, so.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very important question because I have spoken so much about access to healing, right? Anybody can be a healer. So, I mean, there are so many different types of healing systems that you can choose from. The one I know best is pranic healing. And if you want to learn that, like, for instance, in Mali, there are quite a few centers where you can do that. So, all you have to do is go there and sign up for one of the courses and be there. That's all, because it's a 2-day course.
Is pranic healing similar to Reiki?
Yes, indeed. So Reiki, in its fundamental principles, I tried to address this in my presentation. The fundamental principles of Reiki and pranic healing are exactly the same. Right? The knowledge system that they developed, which is based on Tibetan Buddhism and Buddhism, which in turn is actually based on our descriptions of tantra study in general. Again, being from Assam and being from Sri Lanka, this is also one of the centers of these studies. What pranic healing I have both Reiki and pranic healing. Now, what I find is pranic healing is much more modernized. So Reiki is a Japanese technique which was in the 19th century, which means that the same thing that takes me longer to access an hour in Reiki takes 15 minutes of pranic healing, right? Because the techniques have been improved just and made more efficient for normal lifestyle. So if I have to choose between the two, not there one is better than the other, but I think that pranic has to be more. So if you want to start, I mean, of course, I also don't say suggest that pranic is the only healing system. There's so many types of healing systems. Just have to kind of and it made me aware and question. So any one of the which I see today, it makes me curious to understand what is happening in that situation. And interestingly, like recently I attended puja, basically, like a home or something that is not here. Interestingly, every single step of what the person's doing became to me apparently very different way. Having the experience of I've seen these that I never really understood what was going on. Right? Here, because as a healer, and curiosity about what this process is, to me it became apparent that I understand what was going on. Right? Like because they're taking different kinds of traditions. They're using Vedic rituals, they're using following Tantra rituals as well. So this is like a new interest for me in this sense that I had to learn. But to understand, to answer your basic question, yes, you can, if you want to borrow, you can sign up for this course and it takes only 2 days to actually learn the basics of this course. But after that, it really matters how much you practice state that helps to also make central practices around. So for instance, if I can ask another healer to help me and my practice. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Sir, you had recorded some 11 chakras. So, till now we go at the 7 chakras. So, extra chakras were basis for a pranic healing, or they are located shown in one slide. So, where are the extra chakras located?
Maybe I can do my own slides. So actually, when I went through pranic, like you said, we have chakras in many systems, in commonly in the language. In pranic healing, we primarily don't, but actually in the human body there are thousands of chakras, basically. So they are located all over. Right? So once you become a healer, you learn, you actually start working with these micro chakras also. So the 11, because there is also 2 of those 7, sometimes they're downloaded, And there are a couple of chapters like the back, as you see, is fine. There are few more chapters also identifying and primary is an important chapters for so we understand it, which is why I said that it can be more efficient. Because unlike if you're working with 7, you're kind of using more data, but you are less efficient, right? If you identify more chapters that you are with there, it just becomes more precise. So I think that's how I would say is the distinction.
When we were talking about thousands of chakras, are they like nadis?
I mean, technically, the nadis, are basically channels, right? So they are different, actually. They are like these pipelines. Chakras are like in this diagram, as you can see, they are more like funnels and pumps. So the nadis and chakras are connected. But the chakras are like more, let's say, I would say concentrated, but that's where a lot of energy tends to concentrate there and go forward.
Is there anything where since now? So I think all the presenters of Ganga, Krishna, Anand, and Rakati, they had a very nice session. The takeaway is that we have to learn from them for ancient wisdom and make it democratic and spread positivity throughout the world so that everyone gets healed. So thank you. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the conclusion of the third and final plenary session of this conference. So, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to all the esteemed speakers of this plenary session and the moderator for his insightful deliberations and for making this session a great success. At this moment, I am pleased to announce that certificates of participation are being presented by the organizing committee of this conference to the distinguished speakers of the three plenary sessions. However, we have only 2 of the speakers with us here. So I would request Dr. Aditi Goswami to please come up and present the certificates. First, I would like to call on the stage Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Protopati, the speaker for the first session of next, I would request Dr. Aditi Goswami to present the certificate to Dr. Aditya Kiran Kapoti, the next speaker for this session. We sincerely thank you all for your valuable contributions. Thank you as we here find today's session. And thank you once again for successfully conducting the entire sessions, plenary sessions. Thank you all. We will be meeting tomorrow.
There is a project. I someone over
बहुत दुर्बल दुर्बल